It is Wednesday morning, the date being 12th of August 2020. This broadcast is cut the 1st of January in the year 2001. This is to a minimum sum of Kenya shillings 100,000. And according to the bill, this is in light with the fact that despite serving the nation, some former members of parliament are languishing in poverty, and there is need to take care of their welfare. The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Sports, Culture and Tourism, will be tabling a bill on the county tourism, Senate Bills number 5 of 2019. The Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019, is also lined up for tabling in this morning session. The chairperson, Departmental Committee on Lands, will be moving a motion on the report on the alleged invasion of land in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of a petition on the alleged invasion of land in Roysambu by the Kenya Defence Forces, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020. Order number 7, questions. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order sub number 42A, subsection 5, the following members of Parliament will be fielding a questions specified in specified departmental committees. The member for Limuru, Honorable Peter Mwathi, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government that could the Cabinet Secretary give a progress report regarding the recovery of livestock stolen by raiders who have attacked Madhiru sublocation in Deia location in Kiambu County. On your screens is the Speaker, Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Chiboi. I'll hand you now over for the live broadcast. Good morning.
Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I've confirmed that we have the required quorum when we combine the numbers we have in the chamber and in other holding areas. So business will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 4.
Under this particular order, we have 2 members who want to present petitions. We will start with the member for Malava, Honorable Malulu Injedi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is public petition number 20 of 2020. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the officials of Kenya Union of Sugar Plantation and Allied Workers, Kabaras Branch, draw the attention of the House to the following. 1, that Article 41 of the Constitution provides that every person has the right to fair labor practices, which include the right to fair remuneration, the right to reasonable working conditions, the right to form, join, or participate in the activities and programs of a trade union and to go on strike. 2, that in spite of the above stated constitutional safeguards, West Kenya Sugar Company, one of the leading sugar companies in the country, has been subjecting its employees to unfair labor practices. Number 3, that since change of ownership of the company in 2007, the company has refused to employ its workers on permanent terms as required and has instead been using casualization and contracts to frustrate and exploit workers. Number 4, that the company has been violating workers' rights, disregarding employment laws, paying workers poorly, and executing discriminatory terms of employment. Number 5, that even though West Kenya Sugar Company has been expanding rapidly, as evidenced by the building of 10 weigh bridges in various parts of the region and the building of other milling units like Olepito in Busia and Naitiri in Bungoma, the company is allegedly intimidating permanent employees using threats of retrenchment. Number 6, that in violation of the workers' rights to join and participate in activities of trade unions, the company has been frustrating union officials and workers who join unions and terminating their employment for joining and participating in trade union activities. Number 7, that the company has illegally and unprocedurally terminated services of about 800 contract and cash workers in spite of having served the company for many years without following the due process of the law or respecting the rights of employees. Number 8, that the affected workers who have been renewing their contracts annually have suffered loss of benefits, disruption of livelihoods, and are unable to service bank and cooperative loans guaranteed by the company whose repayment period is up to 6-year terms. Number 9, that further, the employer has terminated these employee services without due respect to the government directives that employees should not lose jobs during this COVID-19 period, since this will occasion serious economic consequences on communities and families. Number 10, that further, the company has gone ahead to outsource and engage over 200 foreign and non-local employees of Asian origin to perform simple jobs that are ordinarily expected to be performed by the local residents. Number 11, the company has been violating the law relating to employment of foreign employees because most of those working in the company allegedly do not have genuine work permits, but are instead hiding under the kushuha contractors as they take over jobs from citizens. Number 12, that the engagement of foreigners has further escalated racial discrimination between Africans and Asians doing the same job, as foreigners are highly paid and Africans in the same job group scale are poorly paid and exploited. Number 13, that efforts made by the petitioners to have the management of West Kenya Sugar Company address the plight of the employees have been unsuccessful. Number 14, that the matters raised in this petition are not pending in any court of law, constitutional or other legal body. Therefore, you are 388 of 2018 and 258 of 2018. Number 2, causes the company to honor and implement the collective bargaining agreement, CBA, of 2017 for all its employees without any discrimination whatsoever, including payment of salary arrears as from 1st of May 2017. Number 3, recommends that the management of West Kenya Sugar Company Limited forthwith revokes unfair termination of employees recommends that the management of West Kenya Sugar Company Limited forthwith revokes unfair termination of employment of over 800 contract and casual employees and varies their terms of employment from contract to permanent on account of having served for many years on contract terms. Number 4, inquires into the circumstances under which over 200 foreigners who do not have authentic work permits have been unprocedurally outsourced to perform non-expatriate work that would ordinarily be done by locals, and recommends annulment of their engagement. And finally, number 5, makes any other appropriate recommendations it deems fit in addressing the circumstances raised in this petition. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Could give only two members actually to make any further on this one. Honorable Jomo Ashali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And quickly, Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Malulu Njendi for this petition. Mr. Speaker, as I heard Honorable Malulu go through the issues that are in West Kenya, I was wondering, as a country, what are we doing about the Sugar Task Force report? Has the report been implemented, Honorable Speaker? Because as a country, we keep on spending money to bring out a report that we eventually don't implement. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I thank Honorable Malulu, and I'm really praying that the Committee of Labor goes down to actually do a proper fact-finding, because there's even other issues about the sugar harvesting that Honorable Malulu has not mentioned. But my biggest question that I want to raise in this House, the task force report was received by His Excellency the President just the other day. And I'm sure if this task force report will be implemented, most of these problems that are coming up in the sugar sector should have handled. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Wafula Wamunyinyi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to congratulate Honorable Njendi for this petition on behalf of the workers of the sugar mill in Western Kenya. Mr. Speaker, joining a union is a right. in this era, you find some employer or organization denying workers their right. That should not be allowed, Mr. Speaker. And in this particular case, these are, where we are headed, in the sugar industry. We are headed towards privatization, which has turned into leasing, Mr. Speaker. But it's still privatization. And if that is the route, there must be a framework. There must be organizations that would work for the interest of both farmers, workers, stakeholders, and so on. And it's therefore fair that they should be allowed to form their union and enjoy their right, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I also agree with the Honorable Wasiali. The Sugar Task Force, Mr. Speaker, cannot be implemented in totality without a framework. And the framework which we are pursuing in this House through the Sugar Bill, our brother, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, and Honorable Wasiali, I think you are a member of this committee, please ensure that this report we have been waiting for more than a year is released to the House, so that we can pursue legislation of the sugar bill and cause a framework that would help reforms in the sugar industry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the Member of Parliament for Malava, Honorable Malulu Injendi, for raising the concern of the plight of the employees of West Kenya. Honorable Speaker, Kenya is a sovereign state. We got independence and we are governed by our own self. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, for someone to come and purport to impress on foreigners, on us, or on our people, is something which is not supposed to be allowed in this era, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I really want to stand with Honorable Malulu. When it comes to the Committee on Labor, once it invites the CS or any parties to that petition, Honorable Malulu, I'll stand with you. I want also to echo the sentiments of the Member of Parliament from Mias East, that the Sugar Task Force report needs to be really put to use. And Honorable Speaker, the only way most of the recommendations in the Task Force report, where I had a benefit of seeing it while being signed by the President, while being given to the President at that time, shall be implemented only and only if the bill, which is sponsored by the Member of Parliament for Kandui, is debated on this floor, Honorable Speaker. So my request is, let the Chair for Agriculture, where I was the Deputy before, push the sugar bill to come to the floor so that we are able to really discuss it as a House, own it up, and make sure that the recommendations in the task force, which are very good and in favor of all of us, farmers, employees, and every party, is put to use. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. We will go to the next one. Though, of course, Honorable Wangwe, what you stated is not a factual position in terms of you being the deputy. I was trying to look at my documents here, and it does not indicate you are. We only had a vice chair, and I think that must have been you. So let's proceed. The deputy is reserved very specifically for very specific seats. Now, we go to the next one. The next petition is by the member for Wajir East, Honorable Rashid Amin. You could do it from where you are seated, Honorable Amin. If you press your... let me find... What is the number of your seat?
41.
41 you have.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to make a petition regarding the payment of salaries, areas for staff of the Postal Corporation of Kenya. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the employees of the Postal Corporation of Kenya, draw the attention of the House to the following: that Article 41 of the Constitution provides that every person has the right to fair labor practice. 2, that the Postal Corporation of Kenya, a commercial state enterprise operating under the Postal Corporation of Kenya Act 1998, is mandated to provide postal and financial services under the Universal Service Obligation. 3, that over the past 5 years, the state corporation has consistently posted a deficit in an increasing trend, which led to financial challenges, making it difficult to settle staff salary arrears. 4, that the COVID-19 pandemic has aggravated the situation with minimal postal activities. 5, that the state corporation is undergoing a serious financial crunch and constantly has not paid salaries to its employees since March 2020. 6, that the efforts made by the petitioners to have the state corporation address their plight have been unsuccessful. 7, that the issues presented in this petition are not bending before any court of law and constitution or legal entity. Therefore, your humble petitioner prays that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Information, Communication and Technology, 1, investigates the matter with a view to resolve the issues relating to delay in payment of salaries to the staff of the Postal Corporation of Kenya. 2, pursuant to the Employee Act, recommends that the Cabinet Secretary responsible for information, communication, and technology initiates a process of rescuing the Postal Corporation of Kenya from its current financial crisis. 3, make any other appropriate recommendation that it deems fit in addressing the circumstances raised in this petition. And your petitioner will ever pray. Thank you.
I will give 2 members. We'll start with Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to support the petition by my member because it's from the Wiper Democratic Movement, and also because I think it's important that at this very hard time, people's salaries be paid. But, Mr. Speaker, as the committee looks at that petition, it's important to note the following, that first and foremost, I think the system of postal cooperation, the issue of postage of letters and documents, is actually being overtaken by technological changes and the fear of biological warfare and also things like corona. So, Mr. Speaker, that cooperation needs to start adjusting itself and moving on so that we don't have these problems of technology has moved the nation forward and they still are operating at an archaic time. So, Mr. Speaker, I support that the workers be paid, but the cooperation needs to start changing its style. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And I do support because, Honorable Speaker, salary is normally a bribe to make you forget your ambition and to make other people achieve their ambition. It is even worse when then that bribe is not paid on time, Honorable Speaker, because these people will go hungry. Honorable Speaker, so I do support, and the committee should speed up because this is an emergency. They should actually try as much as possible to resolve this issue within the shortest time possible. And I concur with Honorable Mbuyu by saying that the corporation should now change tact because we are in a digital environment. That physical rubber you call it, stamps and so on, is not supposed to be here, especially when we have the Jubilee administration, which is a digital government. Thank you.
Very well. I am trying to see if we could summarize. I think there was a member from the ICT committee who would want to say something. Where is he? Yes, let's have a take on that briefly, then that should be the end.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I sit in the ICT committee, Mr. Speaker, and I'm well aware of the challenges at Postal Corporation of Kenya. And as you are aware, Postal Corporation has become a victim of technology that since we started having internet, email, and those kind of things, it has been very difficult for Postal Corporation to continue with the traditional business. But I think it's also important that the management of Postal Corporation looks into other ways of sustaining themselves. Mr. Speaker, I think also the government needs also to be very proactive in trying to seek solutions at Postal Corporation. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the only moment where Postal Corporation made money...
You know what I'm trying to avoid is you looking like you are trying to answer to the petition.
Not really.
I thought you were actually contributing to it, giving some additional information, because much as this matter has some semblance of issues ICT, it will not be referred to that committee. It will be referred to a different committee, which is labor. So I expected you to be giving, you know, as like sort of supplementary issues that you would want responded to, together with that of Honorable Amin.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as an addition to that, I think one of the things that needs to be looked at is ways in which Postal Corporation can be helped to stay afloat so that the staffs are not rendered irrelevant.
Okay.
And one of the ways I was suggesting, Mr. Speaker, is if Postal Corporation, through statutes or through policy, was made as a national logistic company, because we know that in 2017, that's the only moment they made money and they were able to pay salaries because they were given the contract to supply all election materials for IBC. So we are seeing government using private companies to do logistics. So this would be an opportunity of investing in the same government and helping these employees not to lose their job.
Bill, National Assembly.
Roysambo constituency by the
towards acquisition of a title deed for Chenze Ranch. That in 1991, the society was shocked when it discovered that the parcel had been irregularly registered as parcel LR number 24030 and 19198, and title deeds issued to Redbridge Limited. That so as to reverse the unfortunate historical injustice that had occasioned disinheriting of the local community of the said parcel, the Chenze Ranching Cooperative Society Limited filed a case with the National Land Commission, NLC, in 2015. That a preliminary finding by the National Land Commission revealed that all prerequisite formalities pursued by Chenze Ranching Cooperative Society since 1968 clearly indicated that the land rightfully ought to be registered in favor of Chenze Ranching Cooperative Society as the owners, and that the land register should revoke the title number LR 19198. That the National Land Commission declared LR number 24030 in the name of Redbridge Farm purportedly in Kwale illegal, since the parcel of land is in fact in Karen, Nairobi County, and further declared that the illegal entry in Mombasa registry be forthwith expunged. That the National Land Commission declared that LR number 19198 should revert to the county government of Kwale, who were directed to start registration of the rightful owners of the parcel and further reserve space for public utilities and markets. That officials of Chenze Ranching Cooperative Society later discovered in 2019 that the then Vice Chairperson of the National Land Commission, Ms. Abigail Magaya Mukolwe, reneged on the Commission's minuted resolutions and purported to award Redbridge Farm Limited as the legal owner of Chenze Ranch under unclear circumstances in breach of the constitutional mandate of the National Land Commission.
that if this injustice is not reversed, members of Chenze Cooperative Society Limited stand the risk of being disinherited of Chenze Ranch and subjected to permanent loss of livelihoods. That the petitioners have sought justice from various government agencies such as the County Commissioner, the County Government of Kwale, and the National Land Commission in futility. That none of the issues raised in this petition is pending in any court of law, constitutional or judicial body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Departmental Committee on Lands, A, inquires into the issue raised in this petition with a view to establishing the circumstances under which Chenze Ranch was irregularly subdivided and registered in favor of Red Bridge Limited, and recommends appropriate action against individuals who aided the irregular transfer. B, intervenes to cause the relevant government agencies to consider revoking both lease title deeds given to Messrs. Red Bridge Limited for LR number 24030 and LR number 19198. C, recommends that lease titles for the entire block of 32,000 hectares of land in Chenze Ranch be issued to bona fide owners. And D, makes any other recommendations that it finds fit in addressing the plight of these petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray. Presented by Honorable Benjamin Dalu Stephen Tayari, member for Kinango constituency. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It looks like that's a matter that has been dealt with by the National Land Commission and has made findings. Now, so National Assembly is going to do what now again? You know, let's not act in vain. Because under the Constitution, there's a specific mandate given to the National Land Commission, which is exactly which they have done, exactly as you've read out. They have made very specific and clear findings. I thought that what was left was now implementation of those findings. Honorable Tayari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What actually transpired is that National Lands Commission made recommendations that the land should be reversed to the owners of the Chenze Ranching Society. But unfortunately, before the term of the previous commission, the members found a report which had been written by the former vice chair, reversing the land back again to Red Bridge Limited. And that's why this petition has been presented to the House, Mr. Speaker. So actually, the members of the ranch and the members of the society are kindly requesting for intervention so that the land can be reversed back. If it's NLC who are supposed to do it again, or Ministry of Lands, they need that assistance, Mr. Speaker.
But you see, I think an underlying principle throughout the Constitution regarding the Chapter 15 commissions is that they are independent, and in the performance of their functions and duties, they are not under the direction or control of any other body and or authority. So if the commission has commissioned and made certain findings, but if just like you've alleged, just one officer, a vice chair, came and reversed, all you need to do is just advise your people, your residents, those residents, go back to the National Land Commission. Let them go, this finding by the commission, this other ruling or whatever it is by the vice chair. Ask them which one is which, so that they can confirm. But, well, maybe, you know, National Assembly has a lot of time. Perhaps they will go and see, well, I don't know, they just enjoy themselves, I think. Because they cannot direct the National Land Commission to do what they already are constitutionally mandated to do, and their own statute even obligates them to act even on their own motion, even without being moved. So that this is a matter that if indeed the commission had expressed itself one way, but subsequently, maybe because of the transition, as perhaps I suspect you may be suggesting, the vice chair, maybe when we all know that the chairman was eject and unceremoniously, maybe the vice chair decided to now overturn, then that could be an error on the face of the record, which can be rectified by the commission itself if it is sufficiently put so. But maybe Honorable Tayari, you will appear before the Lands Committee and maybe explain those facts. The Lands Committee may even have just called the Land National Commission, who might just come and say, well, this is the position or this is not the position. So that Honorable Rachel Nyamai, yes, Honorable Kimunya.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in fact, I expected after the analysis of the problem, I expected you to dismiss the petition. Because increasingly, we are now seeing a situation where people lose in court, where people lose within a constitutional body, then they are coming to seek relief in Parliament, which has no mandate to actually offer those reliefs. And hence, the more we entertain those petitions, the more the number increases. Somebody loses the job, instead of going to the labor court, they lose in the labor court, they come to Parliament. Somebody loses their land, they come. So Mr. Speaker, I want you to, given the background you've given in terms of the division of responsibilities, perhaps communicate to the House at some point in terms of what should be the matters that will be canvassed through petitions, so that we don't overburden the committees with a lot of work and they come up with a resolution that cannot be implemented. Much as members may want to entertain all those issues, but it's important that we actually do what is within our mandate, because the Constitution basically says that people can petition Parliament. But it also says Parliament can only look at matters within its mandate, whether it's Senate or the National Assembly. And increasingly we start deviating to start looking at matters in court, matters in NLC, matters with other situations, then we will be diverting from our core mandate as per the Constitution. But you might need to give us some guidance at some point in terms of what can be brought here and what cannot be brought.
Well said. I don't need to be addressed on this. Sorry. This House doesn't run that way. This one is it doesn't run that way. I don't need to be addressed on this issue. You know the provisions of Article 119 of the Constitution. Yeah? Those of you who don't do, you must walk with your Constitution on your fingertips. Yeah? So look at the provisions of Article 119 of the Constitution. Then you will know. And at an appropriate time, I will be making a pronouncement. But we must, of course, from time to time, allow for entertainment of shadows of doubt, benefit of doubt, because you see, like the Honorable Tayari has just explained, if you listen through, there's an element which is not very clear. And perhaps if he appears and then the committee has a sitting with the NLC, they may just find that indeed, whatever the issues are, maybe not be that complex. And that perhaps NLC might just say, this is a matter which we are going to address and deal with, and the matter will end there. Yeah, so there's always, of course, that room for some benefit of doubt, which we, on a balance of probabilities, because it's not, when a petition is presented, the standards required are not like those ones of, in a criminal case, of beyond reasonable doubt. So the balance of probability. So at an appropriate time, I think we will be addressing in detail the contents, the full range of what is expected of us as a House under Article 119. Because, yes, you may petition the House, but the House must have authority. You cannot petition the House to make a law and assent to it, because the House does not have authority to assent to a law. So if you petition the House to make this law and assent to it, the House doesn't have that authority. You cannot, for instance, petition the House and request that the House must find somebody guilty and sentence them to 100, what are those years that some people are serving, you know. 100 and something years. The House doesn't have that authority. So we must really look at some of these things. So that, of course, there's a lot of work for all the members and indeed committees. So it's just a matter of trying to find out where to strike a balance. One, the desire of members to act on behalf of their constituents, and also the right of constituents, citizens, to petition the House. But at all times, we must also be honest. Where we do not have authority to do certain things, we must not shy away. Just tell somebody, this one is about, if it's about your petition in the National Assembly to deal with early childhood, we tell them, we don't have authority on this. Yeah? Nursery schools, we don't have authority. Yeah? That's a matter for the other house, isn't it? Those are the kind of things we need to appreciate. So you may be petitioned by your own constituents that there are some nursery schools, there are some potatoes and cattle, slaughterhouses for donkeys and things like those. You don't bring those ones here. We don't deal with those as kind of, or burial sites for hounds in the villages. Yeah? Yeah, we don't deal with mortuaries for dogs and things like those. That's not our function. It's a devolved function. Is the member for... Is this Owen Bayer? How come you look so different? Is it after these recent debates?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say this, that one, when I look at this petition, I know that the committee can at that level make a declaration or a direction that a certain investigative body investigates why the vice chair did what she did. So it is, this petition is appropriately here. So I do not agree with what the leader of majority is saying, that this House can look at the issues and the injustices committed and say, let the DCI or the EACC investigate the vice chair on her action or whatever she did to actually change a minute that was pronounced by the Commission. That can happen, and this House can help the people that Ben Tayari is talking about. Secondly, Chair, what we have at the NLC is a big problem, and I think the only cure for it is to have a tribunal within a quasi-judicial and independent tribunal within NLC, so that some of the issues, because they have dispossessed land from my people, the NLC, because of certain decisions that they have made.
Now, I'll stop you. You know this, in this House, we don't allow that kind of... No, you're not. What are you discussing? Now telling me people are, the NLC are dispossessed people. Is there any motion about the dispossession of land? No. Now, are you presenting another petition? Now, if you want to set up a tribunal, please make a proposal, but bring it in the proper way. Now, this one of just talking because it is fashionable to talk because it's a Muzalendo, please. Okay, we hear you, Honorable Bayer. We hear the earlier point, yes. But nevertheless, nothing preempts anybody who feels aggrieved by a decision of any person purporting to exercise the functions of their office, like the alleged actions of the vice chair, from reporting those transgressions, if at all, to the EACC or the DCI, so that the EACC or the DCI do not necessarily have to wait a recommendation from a committee of this House. And by the way, it is not the committee, it is the House acting in plenary. Please, committees desist from issuing roadside decisions there. We have stopped this, we have stopped the other one. You have no such authority. You have to bring a report to the House. You have to bring a report to the House, then the members of this House debate your report, adopt it, you adopt your recommendations. Please, or reject, or amend them, pass them with amendments, or reject them with amendments, whatever. Please, because you are causing a lot of unnecessary panic and apprehension out there, especially when you indicate you are going to visit sites. You go on those sites and you invite television crews. Some of you are so excited about appearing on television, giving instructions and summoning and doing all manner of things, giving instructions. Please, you have no such power. You don't have any such power. Come, as you know, come to the House with a report. Convince your colleagues here that there is need to stop something. Don't go and issue the instructions there. Who are you? The committee doesn't, and the House doesn't work that way. As you know, the House works through resolutions. Not those things that you may say out there in the streets and then think that, no. Please, desist from that. Desist from that. Desist from that, because then you may yourself be cited for disorderly conduct. Next order. That petition will go to the Lands Committee.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader Majority, yes?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 12, 2020 afternoon sitting. A list on fresh submission and resubmission of nominees to the National Government CDF Committee for Lurambi and Tigania West constituencies, respectively.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question, member for Maragua, Mary Maua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to ask question 145 of 2020 to the chairperson of the Teacher Service Commission. 1, could the Teacher Service Commission explain how and why the Commission sanctions deductions for enrollment and membership of teachers into welfare societies and organizations such as Kenya Women Teachers Association, KWATA, and Kenya Union of Special Needs Education Teachers, KUSNET, without teachers' consent. 2, could the Commission immediately stop deductions to KUSNET, which it has failed to acknowledge the request by Mrs. Anne Wairimo of ID number 10168061, Mr. Dongo Bernard Joroge of ID number 13276355, Mrs. Kerohe Ruthu Jerry of ID number 21270257, and Mr. Kenyajui Stephen Minor of ID number 8546807 for the withdrawal of their membership from the union and stoppage of deductions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You desire a written reply from the Teacher Service Commission, so one will be written to you with a copy to the House. Next question by the member for Meru County, Bishop Kawira Mwangaza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question is 161 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands. 1. Could the Ministry consider providing food, shelter, and any other humanitarian assistance for the household affected by the recent floods in Dagara, Jerusalem, Kigene, Mogoro villages in Meru County? 2. Could the Ministry also consider assisting the said victims in the reconstruction of their houses that were destroyed by these floods? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be responded to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question by the member for Tetu, James Gishui, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. Question number 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there is persistent delay in processing of pension and gratuities for retirees and their dependents? 2, what measures has the Ministry put in place to address the challenges faced by pensioners and their dependents in assessing their dues in timely manner? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the legal representative in the estate of the late John Raphael Durango, deceased, was a police constable, number 30792, passed away on 5th October 1979 while on duty in Wajir County, is yet to receive the necessary dues despite numerous efforts? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Question to be responded to before the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare. Next question by the member for Mogotio, Dr. Twitoik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask the question to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. How many public universities in the country do not have university councils or complete councils and substantive vice-chancellors and deputy vice-chancellors? 2, when are the above councils, vice-chancellors, and deputy vice-chancellors expected to be appointed? Thank you.
To be responded to before the Committee on Education and Research. Next question will be the member for Kuresoi South, Honorable Kipkoski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 166 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Devolution and Arid and Semi-Arid Lands. What measures are in place to ensure that persons living in 3 internally displaced persons IDP camps, namely Kipkongor, Kurbanyat, and Itare, in Kuresoi South constituency with over 2,162 households and who are living in deplorable conditions are compensated and permanently resettled? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. To be responded to before the Committee on Administration and National Security. The next question is by the member for Lamu East, Honorable Athmani Ali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask question number 172 of 220 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Are there any plans by the government to give special consideration to the residents of Lamu County, and in particular youth from Lamu East constituency, in the employment opportunities at the Lamu Port by the Kenya Port Authority, considering that 3 berths are ready to commence operations? Number 2, when does the Kenya Port Authority plans to commence recruitment of various staffs to work at the Port of Lamu? Thank you.
To be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next question by the member for Kisauni, Honorable Menza Mbogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask a question number 174 of 2020 on behalf of the residents of Matingasi Village in Mtopanga Ward, Kisauni constituency. Question number 1, what is the current status of ownership of plot number 224/2, 225/2, and 62 Section 2, Mombasa North, in Mtopanga Ward, Kisauni constituency?
Question number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the progress made in implementing the Mombasa City Council resolution of September 2016, revoking all the title deeds to the said parcel of land? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To be replying to before the Departmental Committee on Lands. Finally, question by the Majority Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to ask a question by private notice. Pursuant to Standing Order 42B4, I ask the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Science and Technology as follows. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on how much funds meant for capitation was released in the financial year 2019-2020 and how much is pending to be released to schools? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the amount of monies under capitation that was allocated for the purchase of textbooks, sports/games in both primary and secondary schools in the financial year 2019-2020? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary explain how much funds the Ministry has spent on the ongoing SMASE, Strengthening Mathematics and Science Education in Africa program? Finally, 4, aware that the Ministry suspended learning in institutions in March 2020, could the Cabinet Secretary utilize the capitation funds thereof for infrastructure development in order to comply with the social distancing measures recommended by WHO? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Indeed, that's an important issue. Why shouldn't the Ministry of Education start constructing necessary physical facilities in all public schools? Because the monies are not being utilized. The pupils and the students are all at home. Monies were meant to have been expended, both the second term and third term. So those monies can be used to upgrade and, in fact, make the infrastructure in our public schools almost first class. They should not just be saying we don't know when we are going to reopen because of physical social distancing. Yet we have the whole of this period to prepare for those things. They can actually do it. How long does it take to construct a row of 8 classrooms? Yeah, I mean, maybe we should see this COVID-19 as a blessing in disguise to address the physical infrastructure needs of our public schools, both the primary and secondary, especially in light of also 100% transitioning, isn't it? And I think even new members, those who are in receipt of CDF, you could also partner with the ministry. And I'm sure you know, you are best placed to know the condition in the schools in your constituencies. I mean, this is just something that the people, the functionaries in the Ministry of Education should have one day sitting in this chamber with the committee and as many of you as are able to come to discuss these things. This is something that indeed we can't just bury our heads in the sand. Some of the reasons some of our poor parents in the villages are removing their kids from public schools and taking to all manner of funny things called academies. Academies in the village, which, you know, they're just small things in shops and funny places, they call them academy. Maybe actually, if this is done, it may be the reason why we will be able to even attract and retain more of the schools, the teachers who go to those so-called academies and restore back our public education system to where it was some years back. I'm sure Dr. Nyikal would confirm. And, I mean, many of us went through public schools. We should actually be ashamed to see the mushrooming of private schools in my constituencies, when we know that indeed we ought to have 95 to 97% of all kids going through public schools. Those who want to take theirs to some premier private institution can do so, but surely academies in the villages, I mean, we need to address this issue. And I'm sure the Honorable Flores Mutua is up to the task. I think even as you address this question, I think maybe you could holistically tell the ministry to actually, give you an update of where it is they are in preparation for reopening of schools. Because schools must reopen anyway. We cannot say that we are going to wait until the curve goes and we flatten the curve. When is that going to be? We are continuing to sit here. We have made arrangements to sit. We are making others to even make our virtual sittings much better. But it is a shame that we will continue to work, but our kids are at home. Surely the Ministry of Education officials must have some plan about how to deal with this situation. Should the curve not be flat? We can't just keep the kids eternally at home, because even if you tell those ones who are in class 1, they are going to repeat. Those who are in ECD, they will repeat. I don't know those who are being weaned from their mothers to go to ECD now. Will you tell them to continue? So we may be sitting on a bigger problem. Honourable members, I think, but I'm sure the Honourable Florence Mutua is up to the task and your committee. Florence, you want to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that question. It's very important. And as you have said, most of us went through public schools. And indeed, maybe as you have said, this COVID is a blessing in disguise, so that we can have our infrastructure in the public schools back to where it should be and be able to be prepared for January schools to reopen. As the Speaker has said, we have questioned the CS on how prepared the ministry is. And we also questioned the issue of if we peak in January, then what happens? So, Mr. Speaker, we as a committee, we are also trying to negotiate to see if we can have a retreat, because we need a serious checklist from the CS on how we are moving forward to ensure that infrastructure is ready in all constituencies to ensure that our children are ready, our schools are ready for January. So, Mr. Speaker, our committee is ready, and we are working overtime to ensure that this infrastructure funding is put to good use. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, and nothing says that we must not, our classrooms must be for 40 students. They can be for 25, for 20. Yeah, I mean, we plan ahead. Anyhow, let's go to the next segment. Honorable Mutua will deal with that. The request for statements. Honourable members, because there are quite a number of requests, I'll guide that we don't read. Some of them are very long. So go to the introduction and then what are the prayers. First, yes. The Honourable Olekenta.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I seek to request for a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security regarding the killing of 2 residents of Narok North constituency and grievous harm to 4 others. Honourable Speaker, 2 adults from Narok North constituency, namely Jonathan Kampaleng Busia, age 32, ID number is given, and Musanga Sadera, age 23. ID is also given, were the victims of extrajudicial killings by police officers under the guise of stopping clashes between warring communities on Bosmoru location on the 29th of July 2020. Another 4 adults, namely Saruni Olenjapit, age 29, and the identity card is given, Joseph Tumbes Naimodu, age 29, Saruni Olenjapit, Tumbes Naimodu, Frederick Lapapa, and Tumbes Sangay were also grievously injured. And Honourable Speaker, it's on this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security on the following. What steps have been taken to ensure speedy investigations, arrest and prosecution of the police officers responsible for loss of life of the deceased and grievous bodily harm to the injured?
2, what are the details and particulars of the police officer stationed at Olokurto Police Station, Olpusumori Police Post, and Deriani Anti-Stock Theft Unit post on the day of the incident, 29 July 2020? 3, what measures is the ministry putting in place to ensure that the affected families and individuals are duly compensated for the loss of lives of their loved ones and for the injuries sustained, and by when? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
To refer to the Committee on Administration and National Security, they may not necessarily give us when they are going to respond because you know the calendar of the House. The next request is by the member for Garissa Township, Honorable Ededwale.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations regarding illegal detention of Mr. Yassin Juma, a Kenyan freelance journalist, by the Ethiopian authorities. Honorable Speaker, one of the country's most committed and dedicated journalists, Mr. Yassin Juma, was arrested in a clear and controversial circumstance by the Ethiopian authorities in the Oromo region of Ethiopia on the 3rd of July 2020 while pursuing journalism employment invitation on the account of the failure by the Ethiopian police to provide evidence linking Mr. Juma to any wrongdoing. The court at Araba Sub-City freed him on bail on the 5th of August 2020, and a higher court upheld the bail conditions on the 7th of August 2020. However, Mr. Speaker, to date, Ethiopian police are still holding Mr. Yassin Juma in illegal detention, contrary to court orders and in complete discretion from the international accords on judicial process. Failure by the Ethiopian authorities to release Mr. Juma in line with the decree of their own courts is an alarming and regressive undertaking that continues to distress Mr. Juma and his family back in Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek for a statement from the chairperson on the following. What specific measures are being pursued by the government of Kenya through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to secure the release of Mr. Yassin Juma, as well to guarantee his absolute freedom? 2, what immediate assistance or facilitation is the government currently according the journalist through our Kenyan embassy in Addis Ababa? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, what measures does the government have in place to safeguard other Kenyans who are arrested in other countries with similar treatment abroad? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, will respond when immediately the House resumes. Next request is by the member for Kilifi North, Owen Baya.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll follow your guidance and say that this request for statement regards disbursement of equalization fund pursuant to Article 04 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I'll go to the questions. 1, could the National Treasury provide a statement on unutilized funds for the period 2015 to 2020, stating the amount expended and the balances? State why the National Treasury has failed to disperse the equalization fund to the marginalized counties using the existing allocation formula. And lastly, when is the National Treasury expected to disburse the next disbursement of funds to the counties? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Departmental Committee on Finance and Planning. Well, I think you can only do so when the House reconvenes. Very well. Next request by the member for Taita Taveta, Honorable Lydia Mzigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I wish to request for a statement for Chairperson of Departmental Committee on Environmental and National Resources regarding a surge case of incense fires in the national park in the country, and in particular increased fire incidences in Savo Park. Honorable Speaker, Savo Park has so far experienced more than 3 incidents of fire outbreak in a span of 3 months. This year alone, in May, a fire inferno destroyed vegetation in Savo East, while in June, July, fire consumed more than 100 acres in a vast conservation area. Then come 8 August 2020 at 2 p.m., more than 400 acres of vegetation in Savo East National Park were destroyed by fire, which started at Sheikh Dam area. Honorable Speaker, the surge in fire incidents across game parks in the country comes amid growing concerns over the short and long-term impact of vegetation and wildlife, considering our national game parks are inhabited by thousands of wildlife, flora and fauna species, including Big Five. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and National Resources to address the following. 1, explain the surging cases of incense fires across the national parks in the country, and in particular at the Savo National Park, that has led to destruction of more than 400 acres of vegetation owing to the fact that the said forest is inhabited by thousands of wildlife species. 2, what are the causes of these fires and how is the ministry handling it? Number 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure the situation is contained and such incidences do not recur in future? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I suppose that is about the causes of the incessant fires. Chair, Environment and Natural Resources, when the House resumes, to respond. Finally, the member for Ikolomani, the Honorable Banan Shinali. The member for Gold Mine. Very well. Use the one available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources regarding the Riranda Corridor gold exploration. Honorable Speaker, since pre-colonial times, parts of the Western Belt, especially sections of present-day Kakamega County, have been known to be rich in mineral deposits, especially gold. Indeed, the name Ikolomani is the corrupted version for gold mine, where locals have for long been earning living through artisanal gold mining. In the recent past, Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited, an international mining company, has been prospecting for large-scale and economically viable deposits of gold in Riranda Gold Corridor, comprising of parts of Kakamega, Siaya, and Kisumu counties. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources to address the following issues. 1, what estimated value and quantity of gold deposits in the Riranda Gold Corridor has Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited identified, and what mining methods does the company intend to deploy in mining the gold in this particular region in light of sustainability of the environment? Number 2, what is the ownership of Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited that have been awarded the rights to prospect gold in Riranda Gold Corridor, and whether it has local shareholdings. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, what formula and structure does the ministry intend to use in ensuring that there is equitable sharing of revenue and royalties between the national government and the county governments, sharing, and the county governments and the local communities within Rwanda corridor once economic exploration of gold commences? Number 4, what services and infrastructure development does the ministry and Acacia Exploration Kenya Limited intend to roll out within Rwanda corridor to benefit the locals? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, number 5, whether there is compensation plan for the locals who have been affected by exploration activities and those who may be affected at commencement of commercial mining, and the timelines for compensating affected locals. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, the Chair, Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources will respond when the House resumes. We go to responses to requests for statements, and I will ask the chairs who are going to do this to, no, you are requested for a statement. What was it? Yeah, give him the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, on Tuesday, I requested for a statement from the chairperson, Committee of Health, on matters Kalaza in Mwingi North. And the chair was not in that day, and the speakers didn't give me the exact date when to receive the feedback. Thank you, Mr.
Kalaza?
Kalaza, yes.
Now, the chair of Health is present, so she will deal with that. Well, she understands what Kalaza is, I think. So we start with the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, regarding the status of national hygiene, brackets, kazi mtaani. Don't go to the great lengths of how many times people have to wash their hands. You just go to the salient features of the response.
Okay, allow me, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just allow me to just give a small background, and then I'll go to the salient points.
But it looks like a booklet.
The booklet has annexures which I'm going to table. So I'm not going to read all the names here.
Okay, but...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just by way of background, is that the outbreak of COVID-19 occasioned the adoption of containment measures and policies to limit the spread of the virus across the country. The socio-economic impact of these containment policies has been particularly hard on low-income earners, who often rely on daily wages from casual work. The contraction of
Sorry, Honorable Mwadi,
yes.
Who had requested the statement? Sorry.
This I had requested to, because after several inquiries by members, I had requested to appraise members on this program, which most of them are saying are not understanding what is happening.
No? So there was no request. It's just information gratuitous.
Yes. Informal request, but mostly from our committee on liaison and, of course, from members themselves.
You say it's banning. Banning who? Proceed, Honorable Mwadi, but the member for Kadiani says it's a banning issue. And he's sitting pretty. I don't see him banning.
It has generated a lot of interest, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
May I proceed?
Yeah, there's a point of order from the Honorable Gladys Wanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of kazi mtaani is very pressing and burning, as has been said. And the level of detail that the Honorable Chair for Labour has, and having served in the Committee on Labour, it's an issue that requires him to table that report, in my view, Speaker, so that we can have a chance to read it, so that when he presents it, we are able to interrogate those matters one by one, including the names that he has attached to that document. Mr. Speaker, if he just reads it today, it might not be most beneficial to members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have anything in conclusion that you could read? Highlight.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I could read the highlights, but definitely after I read, I'm going to table together with the annexures for every county, 47 counties, we have names for each and every constituency that is benefiting. Not all of them, it's important to check, but I can go to the highlights.
Yeah, so that because there's a lot of other business that requires to be done.
Honorable Speaker, this Kazim Tani has been split into phase 1 and 2. And in phase 1, that commenced on 29th April 2020 and was completed on 26th June, so that is over. And in phase 2, the second phase has been rolled out to all the 47 counties. In phase 1, Honorable Speaker, we had only a few counties, namely Kilifi, Kwale, Mombasa, Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru, Kisumu, and Mandera. I have given the coverage areas and the numbers in each one of those areas. Phase 2 has now rolled to 47 counties and is involving 283,000 workers, comprised primarily of vulnerable youth living in slums and informal areas, in our urban areas, and for a duration of 6.5 months. They'll be earning 455 shillings each, a figure that has been agreed by the leaders of those youth. Now, the success stories about this program is that it has provided a platform for mentorship, identification and nurturing of youth, talents, and youth bonding, has partially reduced unemployment. It's also cost-effective because they use their own tools, has reduced idleness and helped some youth quit bad behavior. Their general upgrading of hygiene standards in the areas of operation, especially in the slums, cleaning of roads, markets, schools, and playgrounds, and have opened up other public areas. Now, the challenges, and I expect the members will now listen to this and will follow up, that some youths provided telephone numbers because there have been issues, Honorable Speaker, that some youths are not getting the payments or their payments are delayed. Reasons being that some youths provided telephone numbers that do not match their IDs, resulting in mismatched details. This was especially the case when youths used IDs which belonged to other family members, and this led to delayed payment and in some instances, no payments at all. Some youth had blocked or frozen numbers, and these some youths, I said underline some youths, because they had taken Fuliza loan. Number 3, inadequate funding for the program, given the high level of vulnerability, coupled with the massive job losses. For this reason, the program will only cover the most vulnerable of the youth. For the youths who are basically slum dwellers have a myriad of issues, and some choose to use proxy telephone numbers due to loans in their lines or using different subscribers, mostly Airtel and Telcom. The process also requires a lot of data, which definitely is prone to human error and manipulation, and opposed as opposed to use of banks and cash for payments when an officer can be held, where an officer can be held responsible. Honorable Speaker, I have attached here an annex containing all the 47 counties, together with the names of the sub-counties which are benefiting from this program. And in conclusion, Honorable Speaker, my committee undertakes to work closely with the State Department to address the issues to improve on the program. I thank you.
What comments on this? Maybe Honorable Mwinyi, what's your 1 minute, because there's really no debate until you read the.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is this is truly a good initiative, but my fear is after the 6 months or so, this committee must have some arrangements to make sure this program is sustained or maybe developed so that at least hope can be instilled in our youth for now and in the future. Otherwise, if it just dies like that, then we would actually have had, it would have had no impact at all. And that is my remarks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, I think you gave an order some time back that chairs should liaise with the office of the clerk, that the statements are uploaded. So by the time we are coming here, we have read the statements. It is very, very difficult to interrogate a statement that you don't have a copy. And I totally agree with Honorable Gladys Wanga that we are given another opportunity. So that we see the numbers in our constituencies, in our counties. But Mr. Speaker, I think in the future, particularly the bulk statement, and I think about 2 weeks ago you ordered that both the person who seeks the statement and even for the House, the statement should be provided and should be uploaded in the system so that anybody who wants to comment on any statement can comment from a position of knowledge. But right now, you know, if we stand, even will not be very fair to the chair because he has read only the...
Unfortunately, I'm informed that it is already uploaded. It was uploaded in the morning.
Okay, and I hope then, I think in future, all of us going forward, we should read and then come and...
Member for Kadiani.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to just say that on this particular report that the chair has told us, I think it's important that he also investigates further the identification criteria for those that will qualify, because that's one of the biggest problems that we face when people are identified maybe to benefit from a government program, and we are not very sure exactly how their names were picked. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, this issue is, you know, it's been canvassed very well, and the marketing of Kazi Mtaani by the government has been very successful. That means every youth who is unemployed in every constituency believes that there is some money that is going to come from the government. So it needs to be very clear that it's not everybody that will benefit, so that we can be able to visit our constituencies in peace. Because the youth expect that when you come, you're coming with good tidings from the government in the name of Kazi Mtaani. Thank you, Chair. Speaker. Sorry.
Just tell them it's not everybody who is, just like, of course, even when you run in a constituency, there are quite a number of people who hang us on, who get 2 votes, 3 votes. And Member for Kitui South.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern is about the targeting of the sub-counties. And I would like to give an example of Kitui County, where the information that I have is that only Kitui Central Sub-County and Mwingi Central Sub-County are benefiting. It makes it very difficult for a member of parliament to explain to our constituents that a constituency is totally left out, Honorable Speaker. And you realize that the same sub-counties are the ones who are benefiting from Kura because they are labeled as urban county, sub-counties. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to request the chair if they can take the approach of the National Youth Service, the NYS, that we had in 2016 and 2017, where we were able to reach many youths in all sub-counties so that it does not disadvantage members of parliament. Like me, Honorable Speaker, my constituents ask me, how come Mutomo and Ikuda is seen to be better or better off than Kitui Central and Mwingi Central? That when you look at, in terms of ability to offer employment, those places are better. So, Mr. Speaker, I would say that it is better when they cut across all sub-counties instead of identifying a few sub-counties. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, that is understood. Please, Chair will take note of that and the committee will pursue. The next response is the Chairman, Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund regarding the reallocation of funds from education bursary schemes to other projects.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, August 5, members of this House raised a number of issues, among them the reallocation of funds from education bursary scheme to other projects for expansion of additional school infrastructure, mostly construction of classrooms and purchase of desks in preparation for the opening, Mr. Speaker. Members also sought to know the fate of ungazetted constituencies, the status of pending delayed release of funds, and even additional funding to deal with the COVID situation in our schools in order to attain the required protocol and guideline from the Ministry of Health. Mr. Speaker, I would like therefore to inform the House that the National Government Constituency Development Fund Board has received inquiries from several constituencies on the possibility of reallocating the funds set aside for education bursary in the year 2019 and the financial year 2019-20 and 2020-2021. These inquiries have been based on realization of the need for more space and facilities when schools open. Honorable Speaker, the board has deliberated on the request, and in a meeting of 28th July, it resolved that the constituencies may reallocate funds from bursary in 2019-2020, where bursaries have not been released, and in 2020-2021 financial year, Mr. Speaker, on condition that these funds are channeled to construction of classrooms or purchase of desks, Mr. Speaker. Further, in line with purchase of desks, ya kukalia. Further, Mr. Speaker, in line with Section 6.2 of the Act, the board has considered reallocation of funds from sports and environment, where in some school, maybe there's shortage of toilets, money for environment can go to construction of toilets, Mr. Speaker. Now, the emergency reserve, in accordance with Section 8 of the Act, remains unallocated and is available for emergencies that may occur within the constituency. However, upon the lapse of the financial year, like 2019-2020, Mr. Speaker, if there was any money for emergency which has not been utilized, it can go to construction of classrooms. But of course, this will have to go through the normal procedure of notifying the board and seeking concurrence, Mr. Speaker. The board is in the process of preparing communication to constituencies to give clarification on this position and the guidelines to do that. The Select Committee, Mr. Speaker, held a meeting on Tuesday, August 11, with the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury regarding delayed disbursement, among other issues, including additional funding for schools, Mr. Speaker. The committee was informed by the Cabinet Secretary that to address additional funding, this House, the National Assembly, had approved 2.1 billion under the State Department for early learning and basic education that would cater for rehabilitation and construction of additional school infrastructure under the Economic Stimulus Program. This is domiciled at the Ministry of Education, and we will need to engage the Departmental Committee on Education and the CS for Education, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we harmonize the process of identification of projects and sharing, the formula for sharing this money to the schools, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore proposed by a committee that a joint sitting with the Cabinet Secretary or the Ministry of Education should be held to harmonize this, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the arrears which have accrued over the years, the Cabinet Secretary informed the committee that due to the low performance of revenue for the financial year 1920, and due to the effect resulting from the effects of COVID-19, the National Treasury was finding it very difficult to release the 13.7 billion in respect of the same financial year, 2019-2020. This figure adds to the earlier one of 4.9 billion, which had accumulated from the previous years, Mr. Speaker, totaling to 18.691 billion. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the House that on Monday, 10th August 2020, the National Treasury, as promised earlier by the Cabinet Secretary, released 4 billion on Monday this week, which has been received by the board and ready for disbursement to the constituencies. The Cabinet Secretary also assured the committee that there's going to be an additional release after 1 week on Monday 17, and would subsequently release the remaining balances after the salaries have been settled at the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, regarding the status of gazettement of National Government Constituent Development Fund committees from some of the constituencies, the board has to date received lists of proposed members of the constituency committees from 287 constituencies. And I don't know whether I have to go through those. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't need to go to say all those. But 181 were approved by the Assembly on 14th and have been gazetted with effect for April 2020, by the Gazette Notice number 3737 contained in the published list of 29th. And this will run, Mr. Speaker, up to 2022. There are 90 constituencies that have been submitted to government printer for publication. 10 have been submitted to the National Assembly, which the leader of majority did table a few days ago. 9 are currently being analyzed by the board for compliance to the Act, the National Government Constituent Development Fund Act, and regulations, and gaps noted in the submissions have been communicated back to the constituencies for correction before presentation to the National Assembly for approval. Only one constituency, Mr. Speaker, has not submitted its nominees, and the board is working with the constituents to fast track the same by the end of the week. I don't need to say one constituency, Mr. Speaker, and this contributes to the delay also. When you don't submit the members of the committee in your constituency to the board, you don't expect to receive any funding. Mr. Speaker, and a few others, those which are pending. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the following are the bills now before the committee. The National Government Constituency Development Fund Bill 2019 by Honorable Makali Mulu. The report has been tabled in the House and should be embarked on for further processes. 2, the County Wards Development Fund, Senate Bill number 34 of 2018, whose report I also tabled this morning, Mr. Speaker. Then the National Government Constituency Development Fund Amendment Bill 2019 by the Honorable Dr. Seli is pending before the committee, and possibly when we resume, we'll be ready with the report for tabling, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage colleagues in view of what the government has provided in terms of mitigation towards this COVID-19 for compliance with the regulations. I would like to urge colleagues to engage also the line ministries, because there are additional funds for water. It's a total of 57 billion actually set aside under the stimulus program. And this is going to be under different ministries. What is of interest that members should engage the line ministries in our respective counties and sub-counties to ensure that where money is for education, we participate in identification of projects, while at our level we're going to look at the sharing formula, Mr. Speaker. I thank you very much.
I suppose that may not elicit let the Honorable Munyinyi will table the report so that we can make progress. Honorable Wamalwa,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to thank Honorable Munyinyi for the detailed report. But my concern, Mr. Speaker, pertaining the 2.1 billion under the economic stimulus, I was humbly requesting, Mr. Speaker, if the Committee on CDF and the Committee of Education can come together and harmonize before they proceed to the Executive Minister of Education, because that amount will really help, Mr. Speaker. And secondly, pertaining the CDF board, I think, Mr. Speaker, they've done a wonderful job. Some of us have submitted our proposal for reallocation, and I'm happy with the speed at which they've been doing this. However, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issues of reallocation, I have an incident, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency where money was reallocated to a bus, and they rejected. So I'm humbly requesting, if it's amount of money that deals with bursary schools, if they are reallocated to a matter that is concerning the schools, whether it's a bus, whether there are desks, whether there are classrooms, they should be flexible enough and be able maybe to accept that, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I want to thank Honorable Munyinyi. I can see he's fitting in the shoes. He's a member of my party for Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, he's not.
No. Honor Makali, because you had a bill. Honor Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for that report. And as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, they have said the report for my bill is ready. So I hope when we resume, I'll be able to get an opportunity to move my bill, and then I will debate it. But I wanted to comment on the bursaries, Honorable Speaker. I think from the report, it is coming out very clear that some constituencies have already dispersed bursaries and others have not. But the truth of the matter is, even those who have dispersed bursaries, Honorable Speaker, they send the money and the schools were closed immediately after sending the money. So would I be not, Honorable Speaker, if I asked the chair possibly to provide, after liaising the ministry, to provide a general statement that this financial year, that bursaries which were dispersed will be used the next financial year. So that even those of us who are dispersed, then we don't get to a problem with our parents demanding bursary again in January when we are dispersed. I think that will really help members, so that we only budget now for next year in terms of bursaries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thought the general statement that has come out from the ministry has been that those who had paid school fees, then it be considered for the next time schools open. But I think it would be useful if the beneficiaries themselves get this information. both the beneficiaries and the parents. I think it may be difficult for the CDCs to go and demand from the schools. Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And since this is my first time to present any statement as a chair, and I'm happy that my predecessor is here. I'm happy that we are also working very, very closely and very together, the chairman emeritus. And I stand, Mr. Speaker, to give a very brief and very important statement. Mr. Speaker, I start today to give a statement to this August House on the status of various messages received from the Senate under Standing Order 41 of the National Assembly. In particular, you have on various occasions referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee bills from the Senate for review and consideration in accordance to the requirements and provisions of Article 114 of the Constitution and the Standing Order 114 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, Article 109 of the Constitution provides for the exercise of legislative powers. Specifically, Article 109(5) provides that, and I quote for avoidance of doubt, a bill may be introduced by any member or committee of a relevant House of Parliament, but a money bill may only be introduced in the National Assembly in accordance with Article 114. It therefore means that the constitutional mandate or powers to determine whether bills or motion is a money bill is only bestowed in the position of the Speaker of the National Assembly. And of course, that is an exclusive constitutional power, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on various dates, the Assembly did receive messages from the Senate on approval of the various bills, which upon your opinion and on account of technical advice from the non-partisan Parliamentary Budget Office, you determined that they were money bills. It is on this account that you referred the bills to the Budget and Appropriation Committee for consideration in accordance to the provisions of Standing Order 143 of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, as per the attached list, which I'm going to table, these bills were determined by the Parliamentary Budget Office as money bills, and therefore, as per the relevant constitutional provisions, they did not originate from the relevant House, and as required, and they may not proceed. Mr. Speaker, during our sitting yesterday, that was held on 11th August 2020, the Budget and Appropriations Committee reviewed and considered that the said bills, sir. The committee, therefore, recommends that these bills shall not proceed. It is therefore clear that the purported passage of these bills by the Senate is unconstitutional. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, just to highlight a few of those bills, Mr. Speaker. One, there is the County Boundary Bill 2017. 2017, you also know the date. It's dead on arrival. Two, the Office of the County Printer Bill 2018 is also dead. Three, the Food Security Bill 2017, the same fate. Number four, the Disaster Risk Management Bill 2018, the same fate. The Public Participation Bill 2018, the same fate. Number six, the Treaty Making and Ratification Amendment Bill 2018 is also dead. The Prevention of Terrorism Amendment Bill 2018, also dead. Number eight, the Personal Data Protection Bill 2018, similarly dead. Number nine, the County Oversight and Accountability Bill 2018 is also dead. The Local Content Bill 2018, the same fate. 11, the Natural Resources, that is the Benefit Sharing Bill 2018 is also dead. And 12, the Commission of Administrative Justice Bill 2019 is also dead. Mr. Speaker, the reason I've decided to give this statement is to make sure that we don't repeat the same mistake. Because I know right now the other House is also busy processing bills of the same nature, not considering provisions of Article 115 109 sub-article 5. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge, and very humbly, that the other house should start guided on their powers and their mandate in regard especially on the article I talked about, 109 sub-article 5. Mr. Speaker, finally, may I also take this opportunity to assure the members that we have legislative proposals that have been referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee that my committee will prioritize and review and consider them expeditiously. There are some that we have already received, we have forwarded to Treasury, some we have gotten reports, and I want to assure this House that we will dispense with those bills as fast as possible. But finally, Mr. Speaker, I also want, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly to streamline the flow of processing of legislative proposals, especially after the technical review is done, and also to remove any duplication and undue delays to the processing of legislative proposals in the committee. I have met many members who have said that they have bills that are lying in our committee, and Mr. Speaker, I want to assure those members that we will do everything possible to make sure that we dispense off with those legislative proposals and make sure that the process continues seamlessly. So finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech the other House to clearly, honestly remain to their line or their lane. They are overstepping their mandate from where I sit as the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And I'm on the bill because we have members of parliament coming from different counties. If a senator has a bill that has a money aspect, they can identify a member of parliament in the National Assembly who will process it in the National Assembly, follow the due process, and then that one is referred now to the Senate. But the other way around is not going to work. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's hear the immediate past chair.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and I want to weigh in on the issue that has been raised by the Chair Budget, Honorable Kanini. We also take this opportunity to confirm that indeed tomorrow, Thursday, being their first meeting, second meeting, we shall be officially handing over part of the work that I left, handing over to the new chair. And as I promised the House, Honorable Speaker, to continue working with the committee and all members. But he has raised a very substantive issue, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, I was astounded yesterday, Honorable Speaker, and even as we may not want to discuss the ongoings in the other House, to note yesterday, Honorable Speaker, in the debate on the CARA, on the County Allocation of Revenue bill that was going on and the formula, the share of our revenues, a debate which we gather now is on the 8th sitting, which was miraculously adjourned to a day that is not even on the calendar of that House, Honorable Speaker. But great things are happening in that House, Honorable Speaker. I noticed one of the proposed amendments to the report on the share of revenue by a lady senator, I can't remember her name, Honorable Speaker, proposing to amend the report, the committee's report, that has the import of amending the Division of Revenue Act, which is now an act of parliament. It's not even a bill, because it was passed by this House, and as the chair rightly says, is a money bill that emanates and is initiated from this House. It went to the Senate, they passed it, and they shared resources to the tune of 316.5 billion to our county governments. Now, a senator sits in their House Senate Business Committee, and they even do a 4-1 saying that they have now approved an amendment that will amend the shareable revenue going to counties. How, Honorable Speaker? And therefore, I want to agree with the chair that we need to ask the other House, and I think there is a serious leadership crisis in that House. But they need to get serious, at least in being able to interpret statutes if they cannot be able to interpret their own standing orders, at least the Constitution and the law as it is, they should be able to read, understand, and be able to interpret and know what bills are they mandated by the Constitution to emanate or to initiate from the Senate, and which ones, like those that are under Article 114 of the Constitution, that are money bills, that can only be initiated from this House. And all the senators have got not less than, I think it's only Lamu County that has only 3 members of parliament, but including the county women MP, all senators have a minimum of 4 members of parliament that they can talk to from their counties to be able to bring these bills to this House. Therefore, it's not just an abuse of the system, parliamentary systems, but it's also a waste of public resources for senators to purport to be sitting in Senate to debate and pass money bills that they know will be going nowhere. And you heard the chair saying they are all dead. Dead. I don't know who killed them. Unfortunately, I'm not the one who killed them. He's the one who might have. But it's not anybody who has killed them, Honorable Speaker. It is the Constitution that has killed those bills because they can't have emanated from the Senate. And I want to ask senators, please read the Constitution. Understand the Constitution. Understand that you cannot even purport, even imagine to amend an act of parliament like the Division of Revenue Act through an amendment to a committee report on share of revenue on a formula. It's unheard of, it's unconstitutional, and it is, as I said, I think, Honorable Speaker, without saying much, there is a serious, serious leadership crisis in the leadership of that House, Honorable Speaker. Now, wish to beg they would come for internship here, Honorable Speaker. With that, I beg to support the chair's sentiments.
No, I can say all of you want to say something, but so that you may speak well-guided, I want standing order number 87, subsection 4 reads, and I will take specifically subsections 4 and 5. Subsection 4, so that as you contribute to this, you do not violate any of these. 4, no member shall impute improper motive to any other member or to a senator except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given, calling in question the conduct of the member or the senator. So you are well guided on that. Subsection 5. It shall be out of order for you as a member of this House now. It shall be out of order for a member to criticize or call to question the proceedings in the Senate or the Speaker's rulings in the Senate, but then a debate may be allowed on the structures and roles of the Senate or Parliament. The House is well guided, I believe. So please, you must also operate within the rules. What is out of order now? Honorable John Bandy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of these bills, I think there are about 12 of them that the Budget and Appropriations Committee has declined to approve for further discussion in this House, are very, very important to this country. And I was asking myself how I wish that these individual members of the Senate who proposed these bills would approach their MPs, as Honorable Kimani Chungwa has said, in the National Assembly to propose the bills. It is not that the Senate is not allowed to discuss those bills. A lot of those bills, if not all, concern counties, and therefore they would go to the Senate. But the law as it is, the Constitution as it is, does not allow us to accept those bills to be introduced in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, Article 3 of the Constitution reads as follows, that every person, it is about the defense of this Constitution, every person has an obligation to respect, uphold, and defend this Constitution. In fact, under that article, the only other provision is that any attempt to establish a government otherwise than in compliance with the Constitution is unlawful. So you can see where the Constitution rates any attempt not to respect this Constitution is treated as trying to set a parallel government. So meaning they have the same weight. It's a very serious offense, Mr. Speaker, if any of us would allow a money bill to be introduced in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, that is why the Budget and Appropriations Committee, in fact, is supposed to be treasonable, because the law, the charges for one who tries to set up parallel government is treason. Now, if you fail to respect this Constitution, it is also treasonable, I would assume, because it's under the same article as the other one. So, Mr. Speaker, as Budget and Appropriation Committee, we did the noble thing of declining these bills. And it is not out of disrespect to any House of Parliament. We do know that the Kenyan public decided to create 2 houses of parliament. And I think probably it's the only jurisdiction where the 2 houses of parliament are having equal powers in terms of what is provided in the Constitution. But, Mr. Speaker, what I fail to understand is why the office of the clerk of the Senate, which is staffed with good legal mind, very capable, I assume, can allow bills that are clearly money bills to be introduced in the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Because the definition of money bill has no ambiguity. It is defined as any provision, it says a bill other than a bill specified in Article 218. And of course in Article 218 is the CARA bill. That contains provisions dealing with taxes, anything that deals with taxes and is not CARA bill. The imposition of charges on a public fund or the variation, or even if you just want to vary or repeal a provision or a charge to a public fund, the appropriation, receipt, etc., it is clearly defined. Now, I fail to understand why the clerk's office in the Senate, and I want to speak to the clerk's office, I don't want to speak to the senators, individual senators, because we have different capacities. That is why we employ and pay competent staff to help members of parliament, whether in the Senate or in the National Assembly. Now, I also want to find out, Mr. Speaker, you see, and I want to be very careful here. Mr. Speaker, clearly there is a lot of work for the Senate to do. They can easily avoid money bill by dealing with their work early enough so that we don't see some of the suckers that we see in this country. The Commission on Revenue Allocation proposed a formula and brought it to Parliament in April 2019. Mr. Speaker, all that time, we are in August the following year, over 1 year, 4 months, is when now we are seeing a Senate that is trying to fight, to beat, I don't know what time, to pass that very important motion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Commission on Revenue Allocation had various parameters that we thought the Senate would deal with so that at this time we would have a formula. But, Mr. Speaker, even though our standing orders does not allow us to discuss the other house, I had a member talk of leadership, that the leadership in the Senate has a problem. I don't know whether there is leadership in the Senate, because it appears to me there is none. And, Mr. Speaker, this is not about, and I now understand why some positions should be occupied by either lawyers, or if you are not a lawyer, you should have been a member of parliament for at least even 5 years, Mr. Speaker. I know you know whom I'm talking about, but I will not mention the position because he knows himself. Because sometimes when you see, Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine if I'm disorderly here that you would plead with me. that I beg you, Honorable Mbadi, you would order me out, or you would order me to definitely be, not to be out of order. And Mr. Speaker, honestly, in future, those who are making decisions, because some of these decisions are made elsewhere, please get someone who can do some work that can run an institution well. So, Mr. Speaker, my final comment, because if I continue, I can clearly see myself treading on dangerous grounds that you had warned us against. But I just want to ask the Senate to kindly be fair to Kenyans and make sure that this formula is passed. We want it to come here. I know we have very limited powers in that formula, but let it come here so that we can discuss. Some of us are thirsty. We want to talk on this formula. Please don't keep it there. If you are defeated, can you own up and allow us now to deal with it? Because it appears the people of Kenya gave you a job you cannot do. But, Mr. Speaker, before we reach there, I hope the next sitting will not be like the way I said. But, Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of Parliamentary Service Commission, I just want to ask you as I sit down, you may not respond to me. Here, the gadgets we have, Mr. Speaker, you can easily switch them off from there. I cannot give myself time to speak without your authority. But I see in the other house, Mr. Speaker, does it mean you didn't give them the correct gadgets? Because there is a lot of confusion there. Anyone can talk anytime that person feels like. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Now what is happening? What is happening now? Let's hear the member for Muranga who has been here for a long time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to follow the line of whether there is capacity in the other house or not, but them that have eyes can see. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is on the processes and how the bills from the Senate are brought to this house. And in particular, I had an experience yesterday, Mr. Speaker, where my clerk called me on a bill that it has gone through our committee. We have actually even tabled a report, and we're waiting for a second reading. And that was a bill that originated from the Senate. And that bill came to this house like 1 year ago. It was committed to our committee, and we got a call that the budget committee looked at it and said it's a money bill. That is a mental health bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to question the processes and how we receive bills from the other house. By the time they are being committed to the committees, should they first go to the budget committee, or what should be the process? Because there's total confusion. We have wasted a lot of resources and time. We have done public participation. We have actually tabled a report on this house. So, Mr. Speaker, as we debate on the processes, I think we need to have a clear way of communication between this house and the other house. And the big question is, who cleared this bill in the first place, even to be debated at the Senate and to be passed, and the communication was done to this house? Are we having qualified people at the right places? We have a clerk, we have the people who actually go through these bills, and I think then we need, Mr. Speaker, just to search. If we don't have capacity, could we then hire or get proper people in positions so that we don't waste Kenyans' money? And Mr. Speaker, we don't now again waste precious time. We are discussing this now, we'll be discussing something better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Even as you make your points of interventions, and you make them very brief so that we don't make this the business, I just want to give one advice to the Budget and Appropriations Committee, that it is very clear. You look at Article 114, it's clear on what constitutes money bill. Our technical office is the budget office. It advises all of us. Then from there, you need to just look at what is available in Article, what is contained in Article 109, Clause 5. That money bills may only originate in the National Assembly. So that you don't have to spend a lot of time. Just bring a report here that you have found this to be a money bill. Unfortunately, it originated in the wrong place. So the things that the Honorable Kanini Kega was saying, dead. So You want to see them and then you get the coffins here, you know? So that we don't, but when you sit with them, you don't tell us, you don't come and report to the plenary here, then we are not able to communicate. Because we need to get that report exactly as you've done, but with respect to each of them, identify what are the aspects of this bill which constitute money bill effect. Table it here, and then we as a plenary will look at it and we communicate that, sorry, we'll send the coffins on the other side. So we may very soon, Honorable John Bandi, then perhaps think of buying a house to be transporting these coffins. But I think it is absolutely important that we remain faithful. Also, departmental committees, if a bill has got money bill aspects, and the budget office has advised so, I regularly read here and refer it to the Budget and Appropriations Committee, which is a committee mandated to come and now finally give us that report after interacting with the Budget Committee, Budget Office, and whomever else they may wish to interact with. So that if like the Honorable Sabina, you say you went to deal with a bill, which is then a money bill, and it originated in the other place, it will not see the light of day. So, it's just a matter of synchronizing the processes around here. It's just a matter of the process, but that is something that we can correct. We also want to ensure that there is committee between the two houses. But the only way this can happen is if all of us are faithful to the Constitution, and more so in the observance of those provisions. I know the Honorable Millie Odhiambo has spoken in the past about the co-sponsorship of bills, and this is something that we have spoken about for the longest time, should be encouraged. As the Honorable John Bandi observed, some of those bills are really, you read the content, the context, and they're very good. But unfortunately, we cannot just be excited because of the dressing. Yeah? We may not just say that the member walking in is very well dressed, therefore cannot... So we will have to obey the Constitution, notwithstanding how well colored the bill may look like. Oh gosh, now 1 minute each. Then let me just follow the order as it is. Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Speaker, to give me opportunity to make a comment on this. Today, probably this month, marks 10 years since we inaugurated the new Constitution. It's incumbent upon us, both the Senate and the members of the National Assembly, to respect the provisions of the Constitution. Therefore, it is important the leadership of both the Senate and the National Assembly needs to sit down and probably find ways and means of harmonizing how things are done to avoid wastage of public resources. Yet, quite a number of those bills are very important to Kenyans, but indeed, as everybody has mentioned, we were unable to proceed and conclude the process, and that, to me, is a waste of public resources, and Kenyans are denied the benefits of those particular laws. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Suba North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the disorganization in the Senate, I commented on my Facebook, and I won't comment here because we all have different means. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I've only got two suggestions. One, which we have talked about, that the Rules Committee needs to come up with a procedure for co-sponsorship. Already in the committee, we were confronted with at least 3 bills that are similar: public participation, healthcare bill, community health workers bill.
If we co-sponsor, then it means it will emanate from here, the other person will have it. It will actually deal with these bottlenecks. Secondly, the other issue that we need to deal with is also an amendment to our own standing orders and concurrent amendments to their standing orders, so that the process of declaration of money bills becomes very clear. Mr. Speaker, I have bills which I'm waiting for, and right now I know which are in committee, which have to go to budget because they are money bills. And the Senate one should concurrently have the same process, even before they go for their first or second readings, to stop wastage. Like the one for reproductive health care bill, I don't know if it will be declared a money bill when it comes here, and it is going now for the second public participation. It will go for another public participation here, and we'll have wasted money. And I was about to let go of my bill because of the other one. So then it will die, and then it dies here as well. So I think really let the Rules Committee, because we've spoken about this for very long, if the Rules Committee can take up those two issues, it will sort out this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Even though the Rules Committee or the rules themselves may not, of course, override what is in the Constitution with regard to origination, because the main problem is origination, because even if it will be co-sponsored, as long as it's a money bill, it can only originate in the National Assembly, but proceed to the co-sponsorship. And I think that's what we need to really agree to promote committee.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to make very quick remarks on this matter. And Honorable Speaker, I want to remind the House that this is not the first time this House is saying these are money bills, and on that basis, then they are rejected. We did that in the 11th Parliament. It is happening again now. And Honorable Speaker, as members of Parliament, we owe so to defend the Constitution. And I think really what I propose, Honorable Speaker, is by all standards, this House is a senior House in terms of experience, in terms of knowledge. And I think, Honorable Speaker, it is important we help this other House. With your experience, Honorable Speaker, we can help the other House so that things are done correctly. These bills take a lot of time. I'm not sure whether they have any challenge with the time, but as we have challenges with the time. So I propose, Honorable Speaker, at the technical level, let the two Houses really work together. And at the leadership level, the leadership of this House, led by Majority Leader, yourself, and Minority Leader, please help your colleagues so that things are done correctly. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Duale.
Speaker, I agree with Honorable Makali. This is a matter we have lived with since the inception of the new Constitution and the bicameral Parliament. We are unable to say which is, Constitution is very clear. What is a county bill, which are bills that are not concerning county, money bill, and all this. And I really like what Honorable Millie said. It happens in other jurisdictions, even in whether bicameral. There's something called co-sponsoring. You know, you can co-sponsor with a senator, and then it starts here. So that when it is in the other house, he takes over. When it is here, a member of parliament, regardless of it, not even from your constituency, maybe you share the same principles. But Mr. Speaker, I really want to, we must say this, because the people of Kenya must listen. Last night, Mr. Speaker, I said, at least I am proud to have served under two speakers, you and Speaker Marende. Why do I say so? I have never seen an act of parliament being amended in a report of a committee and existing, because we have passed the Division of Revenue Bill 2020, the President has assented to, is an act of parliament. But the House Business Committee, and this is where I agree with Honorable John Bandi, I think the clerk and the technical team of the Senate, some of us maybe might end up in the Senate. We want the Senate not to look like some of the MCAs. And if you ask me, the guys in Kirinyaga County Assembly are doing better than the Senate. They know the law. Because how do you amend it? And I hope by Thursday, before they resume, they must remove that amendment. That amendment must be removed, because how do you increase the shareable revenue, which was decided in the Division of Revenue Bill 2020 and ascended to law, and it is in 411. Even the media must learn the legislative proposals and the Constitution. How do you increase from 316.5 to 348 in a report? So, Mr. Speaker, as much as we want to respect, not to discuss the other house, but because, if your neighbor misbehaves and you share the same compound, those of us who live in townhouses, you will tell your neighbor, no, you can't do a party until 11 p.m. My kids want to sleep. Your neighbor cannot violate the Constitution, the PFM Act, and their own standing orders. So I hope when they resume on Thursday, and Mr. Speaker, on a light note, and I think I'll also go to my Facebook tonight and the Twitter. I went on a sabbatical leave. Now I think I should be back. I think we need to say it, that even the Hansard reporters of these houses must be given language that they can interpret. You can't say anything and you expect the Hansard reporter to interpret. But Mr. Speaker, because we are going on a recess, if the House agrees, I'm sure Honorable Kimunya will move that motion. Mr. Speaker, please, always protect the Constitution, the dignity, and the integrity of the House. You have done that since 2011, and please, give a call to the other house, because they are our neighbors. If their house is on fire, we have to go and put it off. That amendment is offensive, is unconstitutional. You cannot amend an act of parliament through an amendment. And secondly, and lastly, Honorable Speaker, and I shared with Honorable Bandi and other members this morning, Honorable Milley will agree with me that if there are 5 amendments here to a clause, the chair on the table always says that if the amendment of so and so passes, the rest of the other amendments fall. I have never seen a house where every amendment under the sun must be voted to. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Makali Mulu. We need to send some technical expertise, maybe from our clerk's office, to go and get it. But I agree with Honorable Chair of Budget that Article 114 and Article 1095 of the Constitution must be followed to the letter.
Member for Kasses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Now, before I talk, I didn't understand 2 of my seniors. They said about the leadership of the Senate. Whom they blame? Which leader? Majority, minority, whip, or Speaker himself? We don't know who is the leader. I want to be guided by that, number 1. Number 2, when you don't try a lady, you don't know whether she's fertile or not. So, unless you marry, you don't know she's going to give birth to baby or not. So, similarly, unless you try the law, we don't know what is the pros and cons of the law. Now, I think we Parliament National Assembly has a big role to play in the county government governance. As far as the budget is concerned, in different committees. So, National Assembly should be part and parcel with the Senate to govern and to wait and to take the accountability of the county government. And I think BBI is coming very soon, and we should consider that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Anga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, even though Honorable Mishra is looking for guidance, some things are better left unguided in the manner that they are said. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to say that even the individual senators that have moved these particular bills should not be ashamed. they should not even be afraid. Neither should their egos come in the way of discussing with members of the National Assembly for purposes of carrying some of their ideas forward. Because, Mr. Speaker, for example, the Cancer Prevention Amendment Bill, which I am carrying, and there is one that has come from the Senate, which has died or has fallen in the hole by Senator Dr. Ali, which is very good and has very good ideas. If we were to discuss, there are some ideas that I could carry along, given that I have a similar bill and interest. So I think, even broadly speaking, now that the bills are already where they are, the senators, individual senators carrying those ideas should consider discussing with members of National Assembly with similar interests so that these ideas are carried forward, even as we technically resolve and even as Senate reflects on the issue of money bills. Because the Senate cannot run away from the idea that you cannot originate the money bills there. But I think people are burying their heads in the sand, thinking that we will just originate, and then this will be cause for conflict, or it will look like the National Assembly is stifling what the Senate is doing. I think far from it. And I'm very happy about the guidance that you gave at the beginning of this debate, because we do not want anyone saying that the National Assembly was discussing the Senate in any way. Because you gave that guidance, and all we are saying is, what you have done is illegal, but we can still discuss, even at individual member level, to see how we can carry some of these ideas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so that even as it goes to be buried, you can pick what. Honorable Limo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me also way into this matter. And Mr. Speaker, I want to first take this opportunity to congratulate my successor, Honorable Wanga, who has just spoken. And it seems he is actually a good successor because she started well. Because, since then, I've actually been on the backbench. In fact, this is my first speech today, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say I think she is doing well because she was even my also follower at the university, and therefore I have no doubt that she is going to perform. However, we are also ready here to help. Mr. Speaker, I actually want to say this, that the other house has really been doing so many things which leave the world wondering, because it seems like they do not have the capacity to understand the Constitution or interpret the Constitution. However, there are very, very bright senators there who have always been picking these issues, but there is a deliberate move by the leadership there, either because they are not able to lead or they have a capacity problem. But however, Mr. Speaker, we have been wondering what the technical department there, led by the clerk, has been doing. Because, when the Constitution is very clear which bills originate from Senate, which bills originate from the National Assembly, you really wonder why they keep on starting disputes. We have had situations where the Senate has been going to court to interpret simple issues, Mr. Speaker. So what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that other than this House focusing on what the Constitution says, and this House, led by yourself, Mr. Speaker, has actually been a respected House, because we have never done anything which brings disrepute to this House, especially to the public. We have been doing as per the Constitution, and I want to urge this House, let us continue doing it, but let us not get tired pointing the issues which Senate do wrongly. However, we should not waste a lot of time there. We should only stay one direction. We leave the Senate to decide what they want to do. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, in fact, they were not even able to understand how amendments on the same matter are supposed to be prosecuted.
Now, if we go that route, this is the route I cautioned about. Let's not discuss the proceedings there. Because,
all right, well guided, Mr. Speaker. I was just mentioning so that we are not seen not to be like we are like them. We know what we are doing, and I want to urge this House that we proceed with the way we do our work, but we stick by the law. That whatever has been passed by this House and it has been enacted into law should remain so.
so that the public are not misled. We stick by what was passed by this House and signed by the President into law under Division of Revenue Bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Honorable Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll use exactly 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, what I wonder, are the processes in the Senate same as the processes here? Here, we have the pre-publication scrutiny, which goes through the committee. How do these bills pass through the scrutiny without this being noted? Because I think it may be an issue of process not being adhered to or taken seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And also been given an indication that maybe the Honorable Nyikal, you may be responding to, although, no, now, Honorable Wamalwa, 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this House, you made a ruling that a bill can only go to the second reading if we have a public participation report, which has done very well, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, in the other House of the Senate, those are not the provisions. So for us to move in harmony, Mr. Speaker, we need to harmonize our standing orders from the Senate and here. And I knew this, Mr. Speaker, when I followed up on the bill of Senator Gihika, the one of reproductive health, the one that wants to legalize abortion through the back door, Mr. Speaker. There was no public participation. The aspect of what Honorable Nyikal has said, the pre-publication scrutiny is not there. So for us to move together, we must be able to harmonize so that we can have concurrence, Mr. Speaker, as we move on. I thank you.
So, but honestly, the issue of public participation, remember both articles at a general level. Article 10 is very clear on public participation, and Article 118 specifically on when we are doing our own processes here. So I think let's just hope that everybody will. The Honorable Nyikal was just to table some report, and then we go to this. On this other one, Honorable Kimunya.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think some comments have been made to the extent that the leadership need to do something in terms of the harmony between the two houses. Because out there, Kenyans see the Parliament of Kenya. We are one parliament, and the Constitution says there shall be one Parliament of Kenya, which make laws. The houses may be different, functions may be different, but what people see is the Parliament of Kenya. I think the Honorable Badi also mentioned, and I think it's been also supported here, that some of the laws emanating from Senate may be of major consequence to the people of Kenya. And I think that's why we need to start thinking that wherever it comes from, it's not a tough war between who should have done it or whether they did it right or wrong. But does it serve the bigger interest for the people of Kenya? And I just want to confirm to the House that there's actually an initiative which is chaired by the Honorable Speaker on harmonizing the workings of the two processes, of the processes in the House. We've had in the past the Senate taking the National Assembly to court on the passage of laws. And we don't want to continue with one arm of the House taking the other one to court and using public expenditure for the wrong thing. So there's a process already in place, and I think there's even there's a checklist that's been agreed upon in terms of how bills will be processed and signed off between the two speakers, so that by the time it's processed, we know it has gone through those processes. So just wanted to tell members that the challenges have been noted. We must accept that the Senate is only 7 years old. The previous Senate died in infancy. So, and we hope this one will not die because of the kind of thing that we're seeing. But the National Assembly has been there for decades. So there's more experience that's here, that's built, institutional capacity that's here, that is not there. And perhaps as a bigger brother, it's our role to then help them come along and create the capacity that they need. So basically, the don't need to panic. Let's work together. And also, at the committee level, and I know this is something that we're hoping to, when we meet as committee, as chairs of committees, there's an opportunity for each of the committees to identify that, yes, this Amani bill is important for the country. Can we liaise with the counterpart within the Senate to then take it over and process it, so that we don't end up with losing an important thing just because of origination or things that could be harmonized within the one parliament initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I mean, just obviously, I do know that we are in we are doing those consultations. Honorable John Bandi, Honorable Kimunya are aware. But you see, by the time a bill is considered, and I think it's important that if you look at Article 110, specifically Clause 3, it says before a bill is considered by either house, the speakers of the two houses of parliament shall resolve any issue as to whether it's a bill concerning counties, if it is concerning counties, is it a special or an ordinary bill? Those are the issues to be considered at the level of Article 110(3). But you go to Article, before 110, there's 109(5) on origination. Then 114 on money bill, what constitutes money bill. By the time a bill comes to the National Assembly from the Senate has already passed it, notwithstanding the money bill effect. I know quite a number of senators have approached me, and some of them I really have sympathies. I asked them, I wish it was possible for you to remove those clauses which make it money bill, because you look at some of them, they're very good bills, but unfortunately, their passage would result in expenditure of public resources for which there is no budgetary allocation. So what do you do? So I appreciate the problem that the Budget Committee also finds itself in. Do we pass it? It may be a very good bill you read, and you remember there was one in the last parliament about potatoes, and I think something of it. It wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. And another one about something similar to the old Kenya industrial estates, but at the county level. Good bill. But expenditure of public resources falls directly under 114. What do you do? It originated there. Unless a member of this house now picks it up and begins the whole process afresh, and then later take it to the Senate, so that they don't die. Some of them are very good legislative initiatives, but unfortunately, it just have to, at the technical level, to agree that we must help Parliament. I agree with the Honorable Kimunya. We must help Parliament legislate, but of course, within the Constitution, within the law, so that origination does not become, we are not taken, again, we don't want people to go to court and say this bill originated in the Senate. It's a money bill. It's talked about, then it's struck out. What were we doing? What would we have been saying? I mean, a whole institution. But those are some of the issues that we are going to sit around to continue to talk about and see how best we can advise our technical teams, both in the National Assembly and the Senate, to try and save initiatives which would otherwise have a lot of benefit to the country. Honorable Nyikal, you have to respond to a question. But the question is not, the question is not here.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm to respond to a question by Honorable Baya, Kilifi North, which he raised on July 20th, and sought a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health regarding the reliability of or testing kits by the various service providers that conduct COVID testing in the country. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member was with us when the ministry gave the answers, and I actually was satisfied, and I can see it's gone. But I think this is so important that if we can spare the time, because this has been asked by other members, where one test is positive and another one is negative, and we are now not clear what to do.
Are you able to finish it with the 2 minutes?
3. Mr. Speaker, because of that, Honorable Bayer raised 3 questions. In view of the 2 contradicting results in respect of Ms. Khalid Nafula Mochandi and her children, what is their COVID status now? What steps is the Ministry of Health putting in place to ensure that testing kits for COVID-19 meet the World Health Organization standards? And 3, what steps is the Ministry putting in place to ensure that the tests carried out in various laboratories meet the scientific attributes of reliability, validity, and consistency? Mr. Speaker, in regard to SARS-CoV-2 testing, it is always safe to repeat the test. I'm actually summarizing, repeat the test, and the last result shall supersede the previous. However, in the event of discrepancy between 2 testing laboratories, where one is positive and another is negative, WHO guidance states that the patient is advised to self-isolate and repeat the test in 1 week. In this case, it has been advised that their test should be repeated. Simple, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with this. When there is doubt in an issue of illness of this public health magnitude, it is better to err in the favor of safety. So although one is negative, one is positive, it is better to assume one is positive. It is safer that way. 2, what steps is the ministry putting in place to ensure that testing kits for COVID meet the World Health Organization? The Ministry of Health has issued guidance to all testing laboratories to only use WHO approved kits, and the Ministry of Health has harmonized the types of testing kits to be used by various laboratories as below. All testing kits must be validated and verified by the regulator prior to the use, and report filed for reference. All laboratories have been advised to implement lot-to-lot analysis of a batch of kits prior to use. All laboratories use multiplex design of testing kits that can test for more than 1 gene for COVID. This is both the screening and the confirmatory test. Mr. Speaker, it's just that they have to put a guideline. If various laboratories use kits that one is testing for 2 genes, another one is for 3 genes, 1 gene, obviously the results will be different. So what the ministry has said they're going to do, and we advised, they put a standard for the country. All laboratories use the same cutoff of what results they have. Number 3, what steps is the ministry putting in place to ensure that tests carried out in various laboratories meet the scientific attributes of reliability, quality, and consistency? The ministry has developed a COVID-19 test laboratory quality assurance guidance. This document is designed to standardize all phases of testing prior to release of results and provide corrective action guidance in the event of result discrepancy. The ministry has also set up COVID-19 laboratory proficiency testing scheme, a program that involves a comprehensive quality assurance mechanism where all phases of testing are monitored. Let me summarize this. And this is the summary is the end. Mr. Speaker, if 2 laboratory tests are different, the first people to deal with this are the 2 laboratories before the patient is involved in this, so that they check in each other. There is then a peer review. How come you're positive and you're negative? What are the reasons? And then the technical people then agree on those reasons, and what is released to the patient is with explanation. For example, if it is 6 days difference, it may be that you are at the final stage of the illness and therefore you are positive, And then if you are tested later, now you are negative. But since many people are asymptomatic, that difference cannot be seen. And so it is for the labs to say why there was a difference. We even advised and they agreed that there are quick antibody tests which can say you have been in touch with the virus, but now you are not sick. So the positive could have been positive, but now you are okay. Mr. Speaker, we could go into more details, but that summarizes a problem that many people have been facing with these issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Finally, Leader Majority on Standing Order 44-2.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Thursday, the 6th of August, 2020, to prioritize business for consideration. Honorable Speaker, the House is scheduled to proceed on recess, commencing tomorrow, in accordance with the calendar of the House. In this regard, the House Business Committee has not scheduled any business for next week. Mr. Speaker, however, upon resumption from recess on Tuesday, the 8th of September 2020, the following business will be prioritized. The first is the consideration in second reading of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, which is Senate Bill number 3 of 2019, and the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019. The report on the Special Funds Accounts Committee on the audited financial statements for the national government Constituency Development Fund for the constituencies in Kiambu County, and third, the report on the Public Investment Committee on the Special Audit Report on procurement of the pre-export verification of conformity to standard services for used motor vehicles, mobile equipment, and used spare parts by the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Through you, Honorable Speaker, I urge all chairpersons to expedite consideration of over 20 bills that are pending before them, and to table the reports when we resume, to enable members to acquaint themselves with the contents of the bills before debate, and to facilitate also processing of the same on the floor of the House. Honorable Speaker, in respect to questions before committees, we will resume the scheduling of the questions during the recess period, and I would encourage committees to ensure the cabinet secretaries appear before them to respond to the questions instead of only tabling their respective responses. Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will convene on Tuesday, the 8th of September 2020 to arrange business for the week. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, consideration of certain business received during the August-September 2020 recess.
Leader Majority.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move the following procedural motion, that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive and Standing Orders 120, 122, and 126 relating to publications, procedure upon publication, and first reading of bills, this House orders that during the period of the long recess of the second part of the session, that is between August 14th to September 7th, 2020, that the messages be processed as indicated on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, again, this is a procedural motion which basically gives the leeway that when messages come, they don't have to wait for us to be here. They can be processed, referred to the various committees, so that by the time we come, the committees will have cut them, and any messages coming from the President will be referred to the committee from the Senate. It's a procedural motion that we pass every time we are going away. So you don't need to go through the same detail that we've gone through, and I beg to move that the committee, the House, does approve this motion and ask the Honourable Body to second.
John Badi.
Mr. Speaker, the leave of the House is not required for the House to go on recess because we had already approved the calendar. And so unless, if we wanted to not to go on recess from tomorrow, we would have brought a motion here to change the calendar. So we are definitely going on recess, proceeding on recess tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, this is our last sitting until September 8th. And during that time, Mr. Speaker, there is likelihood that there could be messages from either the Senate or from the President. The law would have required, our procedure would have required that those messages are read at the plenary. But Mr. Speaker, because there will be no plenary, we are giving you powers through this motion to refer the same to relevant committees. And so we seek the concurrence with this House to do that. Should any bill be published and 7 days lapse, we don't have to wait for the first reading of the same for the bills to be referred to various committees for consideration. And Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on, even amendments from the Senate or any communication from the Senate regarding a bill. Mr. Speaker, I just want to wish honorable members, after they will have concurred with the House Business Committee on this motion, I want to wish them all the best during the 1 month recess period. I know times are difficult. We are not able to meet our constituents formally and properly. But the few that we are able to meet, I wish you good luck. And if possible, try to inspect some of the CDF projects that are going on in your constituencies, together with other projects that are funded through the national government funding. Mr. Speaker, I second.
Honourable members, I'll just read the first part and itemize the others. Propose the question that notwithstanding the provision of standing orders 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive, and standing orders 120, 122, and 126 relating to publication, procedure upon publication, and first reading of bills, this House orders that during the period of the long recess of the second part of the session, between 14th and 7th of September 2020, business will be transacted as per the order paper, namely paragraph A, B, C, and D. I put the question, which is that notwithstanding the provision of standing orders 41 and 42 relating to conveying of messages from the Senate and from the President or the National Executive, and standing orders 120, 122, and 126 relating to publication, procedure upon publication, and first reading of bills, this House orders that during the period of the long recess of the second part of the session, between August 14th and September 7, 2020, business shall be transacted as contained in the order paper, paragraphs A, B, C, and D. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, motion. Report on alleged invasion of land in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces.
Yes. Leader majority.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, I rise to seek your guidance on the subject matter of this motion in terms of its constitutionality, and I believe the standing orders allow a matter on the constitutionality to be raised at any one time, because between the time the discussion began in the morning and now, certain facts have emerged that perhaps were not as clear in the morning. And the one item is that this petition is purporting to demand of the National Assembly to do things that are not allowed within the provisions of Article 119 of our Constitution. You've emphasized, Mr. Speaker, the need for this House and its committees to only consider matters within our authority. And I think you even emphasized that this afternoon. So, Speaker, and you are the lawyer in the House, the maxim that equity does not act in vain. And if you are to apply it in this House, we'll be saying, should we, the committees of this House, be acting in vain? If we were to be challenged that we've given instructions to the National Land Commission, an independent commission which cannot be directed by any other body, then we will have acted in vain, which is what the petition was seeking, that the House directs a commission to do something. So, Speaker, adopting of the report, and if you look at what the committee is actually recommending, will actually then be moving into contravening the provisions within 119, because we'll be saying, talking of determining who is the rightful owner of this land. That is a determination of the rights that are reserved, I believe, within Article 23 of the Constitution, and that is a matter reserved for the courts. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. The petitioners did not disclose in their petition or to the committee that they had actually gone to court, not once, but twice, on the same matter, and they had lost and even paid the costs, but have decided now to come through a roundabout route, through a petition to Parliament, to seek what they did not get in the Environment and Land Court. So instead of going to appeal after losing in the Environment and Land Court, they have actually come to the House. But do we have that authority as a House to determine who is the rightful owner of a piece of land? Do we have the authority to order compensation? Do we have authority to say expedite the issuing of a title? So there are some constitutional issues that we want to look at so that we don't, within our bigger mandate of looking at every petition, then start stepping on the toes of the National Land Commission, the county government, the courts in terms of the interpretation, and hence even our own recommendations are then thrown out because we have acted in vain. I know the committee has done a lot of work because they had to do it. But even when you look at the report, you will see they even guarded in terms of what kind of recommendation I'm making, because whatever they do will be against the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to seek your guidance on this matter so that we don't spend a lot of time reviewing a matter and coming up with a conclusion and voting on a motion that cannot be implemented because it's not within the powers granted to this House to so determine. Mr. Speaker, that's really the guidance we would like to seek from you so that by the time we finish this matter, I would have wished to even bring this in the House business before this matter comes back. But now that it got onto the order paper for this afternoon before we had that meeting, perhaps we can raise it here and you can guide us accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John Bandy has priority in speaking, isn't it?
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I think maybe in future we may amend our rules to provide that a petition would not only state that a matter is not pending before court of law, but also to go a step further and declare that the matter had not been dealt with elsewhere. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think it is mischievous for an individual who has lost a case in court to try to use Parliament to sanitize what probably the court did not find meriting. But, Mr. Speaker, I just also want to support the leader majority and plead with you that you could defer any proceedings on this motion, particular motion, as you probably get a more reasoned ruling on this matter. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the past, a report of this House has made a recommendation which the courts have differed with. I remember in the case, and I was sitting in the Committee of Public Accounts Committee, when we recommended that the EACC should, and in fact we put it that shall investigate the Senator for Elgeyo Marakwet and his farm on the issue of NYS. Mr. Speaker, that particular provision, the wordings, which appeared like we were ordering an independent organ to do investigation, made that case not to proceed, Mr. Speaker. Despite the merits, probably that was in the matters that the committee had recommended and this House canvassed. So, Mr. Speaker, again, a report of this House, a committee of this House, it would be untidy for us to defeat it, for the majority to mobilize and minority to mobilize to defeat it or approve it. I think the best way is to put a hold to it, to halt it as we consult further, so that if it is if it has found itself and procedurally in the House, then it can be dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just supporting Honorable Kemunya, the majority leader, that we are asking you that you could step down this particular motion as we consult further, because there are new evidence. I've also received that information in my capacity as minority leader, facts that were not disclosed earlier when the matter was being canvassed. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Member for Waraka, I can see you are burning to say something on this.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a lot of respect for the significant members who are leaders of this House, both in the majority and minority. But, Mr. Speaker, let us for once look at this a little in an impartial manner and step a bit and see if this petition, what effect or where is it coming from and for what value. As far as I'm able to see, and I have a petition with me, the first recommendation of this committee is to the Ministry of Lands, and in consultation with this independent body called the National Commission, to do some things. It is true that National Land Commission is an independent body, but the direction is to the Ministry of Lands to consult with this independent body. That independent body is not being directed to do anything substantive. The direction is to the lands which we have authority under 95 to be able to proceed against. The second one is against this person called Director of Criminal Investigation to investigate some matters. That is purely something within the remit of the Assembly. And then the last one is to the Ministry of Lands to do certain things. It may be or may not be the case that issues which are in this report are true. The Assembly may decide that for reasons that are stated in the report, these recommendations may not hold water and therefore reject the report. The leader of my majority may also decide to prefer an amendment, for example, to recommendation number 1, to delete the names of those people that, in his view, are independent and therefore cannot be directed. The problem I have is that the Constitution itself has given the members of public a constitutional right to come to this House to move us by way of petition. We have an act of parliament called Petitions to Parliament Act, something like that. which states very clearly that a petitioner, when he moves the house, will say whether this thing has gone to the judiciary or whether this thing has gone to the organs that are designed to deal with it and so on. The architecture of the statute itself did not think that it is proper to deny petitioners or members of the public to come to National Assembly just because these things have been advanced in other forums. And that is why if you look at our standing orders has mirrored that statute word by word about how the petitioner needs to say or disclose that there is proceedings, it is a live matter proceeding in court, for example, or that it has been done to various organs. So that, Mr. Speaker, I would be very cautious that the leader of majority, the tenor or the substance of his submission would be to ask you to defeat what is constitutionally guaranteed to members of the public. It would be a very dangerous precedent. We can defeat this thing here on the floor. We have the vote. We can decide that there is no merit in this thing. And we throw the baby with the water, so to speak. Or we may decide to amend it. Or we may decide to keep it the way it is. But to ask you, Mr. Speaker, is to put you in tenterhooks between members, that a petition which is otherwise well-designed, which has been looked by various committees, that you now should take the opportunity to make a decision that kills what really is a public cry. Mr. Speaker, I would rather that this matter is discussed before the Assembly, defeated or approved otherwise, but the decision, I think, would be dangerous to leave it or to turn it to you. I think it is between us to make a decision as the Assembly. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I plead that this matter proceeds to its logical conclusion.
This matter came to, did it come through the member for Royal Suburbs? The member for Royal Suburbs. And Royal Suburb is Roy Sam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the information of the leader of minority and majority, I wish to inform them that this petition was presented by my constituents to yourself, and you are the one who delivered it and spoke about it in this chamber. And you ordered the Committee on Lands to efficiently do the findings and report to the House. So, Mr. Speaker, this was under Rule 220, where you are authorized to make a presentation of a petition from Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is very clear in Article 95, subsection 5, Constitution of Kenya 2020, that the National Assembly exercises oversight over state organs. Article 124 also empowers each house to establish committees that may conduct proceedings on its behalf. Parliamentary committees perform a multiplicity of tasks, but of key relevance in this instance is conducting investigations on special issues and making reports and recommendations to the House under Standing Orders 216. Mr. Speaker, the committee presented its report in the House, and it was laid before the House in December 5th last year. Early this year, Mr. Speaker, the same petitioners, through myself, requested your office to allow this motion to be debated and adopted under special circumstances as provided under Standing Order 225. And last week, Mr. Speaker, you authorized a procedural motion exempting this business from the standing orders so that we can discuss it and deliberate. Mr. Speaker, I read mischief in the position taken by the leader of majority. Earlier in the day, when you are away, Mr. Speaker, he presented a letter from an advisory from the Attorney General saying that there has been communication between him that this matter is sub judice. I want to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the petitioners are Loisabu Community Development Society. I know there are a litany of cases surrounding that matter, Mr. Speaker, but this group who are former workers in that firm have never gone to court. And if the majority leader has court proceedings detailing about Loisabu Community Society Development, he should table in the House. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad that this morning the leader of majority and the former leader of majority ganged up in this House, Mr. Speaker, to disdain and contempt the work of this House. Mr. Speaker, the report that was laid on this House, Mr. Speaker, was confirmed and signed by all 19 members of the committee, and they agreed with the findings. This is the report we are being asked today to adopt. But, Mr. Speaker, when the former leader stood to speak, he said that all the 4 petition requests that the petitioners placed in your office and which you read in this House could not be availed by a resolution of this House. Mr. Speaker, if that is the thread the majority leader is going to continue, he will be busy killing this House. Mr. Speaker, this House should be able to express itself and to do what Kenyans have petitioned. So, Mr. Speaker, we should be very careful that our leadership is not gatekeeping for other interests out there. Mr. Speaker, I say so because the leader of the majority was telling this plenary that this land belongs to KDF. He doesn't even know where it is. He doesn't know it. Mr. Speaker, this parcel of land, the KDF, through the Ministry of Lands, had sought to make a compulsory acquisition from a private owner. They offered 3.5 million, the Ministry of Lands, but he refused. The Jew owner went to court. The court upheld his petition and awarded him 23 million. The Ministry of Lands, the KDF, never paid at all. The only amount they said they paid to the court was 3.5 million. Mr. Speaker, in the documents in this report, the Attorney General, the Ministry of Lands, the PS Lands, the National Land Commission, they have all, even at the oath, accepted that this money has never been paid. Compulsory acquisition, Mr. Speaker, according to the Act, has to be prompt, just, fair, and complete. 30 years after, Mr. Speaker, that has not been done. Mr. Speaker, our investigations reveal that there are grabbers who are using the name of KDF to grab this parcel of land. Because, Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, when they placed the issue of compulsory acquisition, they have never reported there. Until recently, Mr. Speaker, when the Ministry of Lands itself, the National Land Commission, and the Nairobi County issued letters of allotment to the former workers of this Jew. Mr. Speaker, from 1974, when the owner, Jacob Samuels, died, those workers have been there. He died when he still had the arrears. When his sons came to inherit the property, they continued with the business, but did not complete paying these people. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying, the people who brought this petition are former workers of Jacob Samuels. They are saying Jacob Samuels disappeared. In fact, it is suspected he was either killed, Mr. Speaker, or deported courtesy of the grabbers. So, Mr. Speaker, sometimes in 1999, a fake company, which had not even been incorporated at that time, applied for the allotment of this piece of land. And it was issued with an allotment. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a non-existent company being allocated land, while the law is very clear that property cannot be owned by a non-entity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we are saying, Mr. Speaker, is that this report should be discussed today, adopted, or rejected. And it is important to know, Mr. Speaker, that this report has already been laid on the table of the House in December. What we are asking now, because of these special circumstances, and for government agencies to take the recommendations of this petition seriously, is that it should be adopted. And Mr. Speaker, the recommendations are straightforward.
Can you do this so that I can be able to address the issue of constitutionalism?
Yeah.
Can you read for me the recommendations? The Honorable TJ almost did
Thank
that,
you.
but he didn't.
Thank you.
I just want to hear what are the recommendations?
Mr. Speaker, the recommendations are, in response to the petitioner's prayers, and based on the observations, the committee recommends, 1, that the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, in consultation with the National Land Commission and Nairobi City County, completes the titling process for LR 5875/2 within 180 days of tabling this report, which have already expired. Mr. Speaker, the import of this recommendation is already...
Just read, I understand
Okay.
that. I'd actually read them, but...
Recommendation number 2, that the Director of Criminal Investigations should investigate the officers in the Ministry of Lands and Planning who may have caused loss of public funds by effecting fraudulent transactions relating to 5875/2. That is to say, Mr. Speaker, the people who had issued an allotment letter to a non-existing Solio Company Limited. And Mr. Speaker, number 3, the Ministry of Lands and Planning should secure LR 23393 with a view of ensuring that innocent Kenyans do not lose money through fraudulent transactions, as evidenced by their attempt to amalgamate LR 5875 with other properties. Mr. Speaker, the third recommendation is because the same grabbers were seeking at the Ministry of Lands to amalgamate the land in question and another piece of land so that they can lose the tracts, and another LR number is issued for the same premises, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we are urging you to put the question.
Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. No, very well. The chair of the Lands Committee, the Honorable Rachel Nyamai, just some clarification. I know you moved the report. It is true, as the leader majority are saying, there was some long, winding letter that purported to be a legal opinion from the State Law Office. But in the course of your investigations as a committee, did you get a chance to invite the Ministry of Lands officials to appear before you? Did you also get a chance to invite the people from the State Law Office? Are you aware of pending cases? Maybe just those 3.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today seems to be another day, like the one that we're handling the issue of Ruaraka. And it looks like committees that, reports that find their way to this House especially from the Parliamentary Committee on Land, seem to be of that nature. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I do not want the Parliamentary Committee on Lands to look like a committee that is ill-advised. It has legal counsel, and it was properly advised. And Honorable Speaker, the question of this matter being actively in court, especially with the group that had raised it, was discussed, and the matter was not in court with this group. If there are other groups, then I do not know. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to go direct to what you have asked me on who did we meet. Mr. Speaker, we met several institutions, and I want to go to the specifics that the petitioners themselves, where the Honorable Wahenya Dirangu came, the CEO, the acting CEO, National Land Commission, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning, that is the ministry itself. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to say in this House that this was the most difficult period that the committee had with the ministry, because we kept getting contradictory information and we asked for documents. And when the documents were brought, Honorable Speaker, we realized that this piece of land has 3 files that exist, being put on top of each other. So throwing this report under the carpet, Honorable Speaker, I think it is not good even for government itself, because there are issues that are going to assist government itself in this matter. It is like saying, let the illegalities continue and Kenyans continue to suffer, and encouraging people who are doing the wrong things to continue doing the wrong things. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that we made an invitation to also the Uchumi. Why were we going to Uchumi? Because initially we didn't know about Uchumi. Honorable Speaker, I would like to say that the committee found itself digging deeper, because when this matter was raised, other parties started coming. So apart from this group, small group, or rather the group that had brought the petition, we have the Kenya Defence Forces that we expected. Then comes Uchumi, Honorable Speaker, that we asked them to give us the documentations that they have used all these years to do business on behalf of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, the committee never got a single document, not even a copy of the title deeds that were being used. So I would like to request you, Honorable Speaker, don't throw it away. Let it be there. Let this House make a decision on it, so that Kenyans can be assisted. Mr. Speaker, then comes Kenya Commercial Bank, which is actively engaging on a matter that is of multi-billion shillings, Mr. Speaker. And what has happened is that the ministry, our own officials, have taken land which seems to be cleaner on the side and amalgamated it with this one, which is, let me say, dirty in quotes, so that they can use it for Kenyans to be cheated further, Honorable Speaker. So I would like to say that it is not good to throw this document under the carpet. Let it be discussed, Honorable Speaker, as it happened in the morning. Mr. Speaker, then comes a company called Jewel Complex, Mr. Speaker. And we asked many questions regarding this institution. It turns out that it is the one that owns now the LR number 23393, which is now being amalgamated with 5875/2, so that now this can be one document. Mr. Speaker, this matter is monkey. And leaving it at this level is even going to make it worse. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge you that it is discussed. Honorable Speaker, the last thing I want to say is that this committee has not directed any government institution. When you look at the prayers are that ensure the upholding of the petitioner's rights to occupy, reside, and do business on this. Honorable Speaker, in the wisdom of this House, your guidance, the clerk's guidance, the legal counsel that exists in this, we did not do this because we are well advised. When you compare the prayer and the recommendation, Mr. Speaker. Expedite issuance of the subtitles to approved letters. Honorable Speaker, we are saying this matter should be concluded, but in our recommendations, we do not make reference to the letters of allotment, because we believe that other institutions need to dig deeper so that they can give proper. Preserve the title deeds and issue for public purposes those allotments. Honorable Speaker, we avoided going deeper into issues that do not concern this committee. Order compensation for the demolitions of the petitioner's premises. Honorable Speaker, we know that there are other institutions which can do this. So I would like to say that, and we made an invitation, Honorable Speaker, to the AG, the State Law Office, and I believe they did not appear, Mr. Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, this report is of good quality. And I think I carry the image of the Parliamentary Committee on Lands. And I do not want the committee to have acted in futility. And I would like to say that this document is worthwhile being looked at by this House and a decision being made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, members, no, wait. You know, this is not the issue that the Leader Majority raised was one of constitutionalism. But listening to the recommendations, I see nothing that was going to direct the Constitutional Commission, namely the National Land Commission, to do anything. The recommendation, the first recommendation is to the ministry, which is perfectly within the right of this House to direct to the Ministry of Lands to do some things in consultation with the National Land Commission. That is not a direction to the National Land Commission. The other one is to undertake the instruction, the resolution to recommend the Directorate of Criminal Investigations to investigate. That again is within the right of this House to direct, and we have done so for a very long time. In fact, I would say since time immemorial. And you know, with the Honorable Peter Kaluma here, you know, time immemorial means time whence the memory of man runneth not to the contrary. So it's a long time. We have always done that, and they have actually honored our recommendations, directions, and they have investigated people. So I don't think whether that one offends the Constitution. The third recommendation was that titling. That's a function of the ministry, isn't it? Who undertakes titling? I thought it's a function under the ministry. So the ministry, because the Directorate of Service in Kenya is under the Ministry of Lands. So that is their function. And it does not, the recommendation does not say to any particular person. So, but titling is important. In fact, even to remove those many cobwebs, I think it is. These are fair recommendations, and of course, I may wish to just confirm that then they are within the provisions of Article 95, Clause 2, about the power of this House to deliberate and resolve issues of concern to the people. So, to that extent, then, to the extent that this committee has been careful enough to limit itself to what is within its authority under 119, Article 119, then I think the recommendations do not violate any of the provisions of the Constitution and may be debated by the House. And mark you, it is not, I have no vote. So they may be debated. It's for the House to resolve as it desires. So proceed with the debate. Yes, Honorable Oluoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the guidance that you have given, taking into account that this matter had been exhaustively deliberated by members. Would I be in order, Honorable Speaker, to ask that understanding Order 95, the question be put? The mover be called, sorry, that the mover be called upon to reply. Thank you.
That appears to be the The mood in the House? Yes. I therefore put the question. The Honorable Anthony Luoch, member from Madare, has risen in his place, claimed that Mofa be called upon to reply. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Move on.
Honorable Speaker, as I reply, I would like to say that I would like to thank the Parliamentary Committee on Lands for their dedication that they have towards the work that we do. I would like to thank the Clerk's Office for the support that they give us, especially on legal issues, because most of the matters that we deliberate on, we find ourselves going towards legal issues. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the honorable members who have also deliberated on this matter in the morning and also this afternoon. And Honorable Speaker, without further ado, I would like to really thank also your office for the guidance, especially when this matter was raised by the Honorable Waihenya, because it is a report that we had tabled on the floor and we had not anticipated that it would be debated on the floor. With those few remarks, yeah, Honorable Speaker, I would just like to clarify as I finalize that we have not given any express ownership or who is supposed to be given this ownership of this land, and I think that is the far that we could go as a House. And with those, I would like to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honourable members, having confirmed that the House cooperates, I put the question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of a petition on the alleged invasion of LR number 5875/2 in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 10, the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, second reading.
Honorable Swarab Mishra.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 64 of 2019, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, sir, the principal object of this bill is to amend the Health Act number 21 of 2017 to introduce a new section which provides for the development of the policy guidelines to regulate the referral of patients to health institutions both within and outside the country. The new section will ensure that the relevant stakeholders are involved in the process of developing such policy guidelines so as to ensure that the process of referral to the hospitals outside the country is not subjected to abuse. If the amendment is passed, the Health Act number 21 of 17 will be amended by inserting a new section immediately after Section 79. For avoidance of the doubt, and since the amendment is a very short one, allow me, before I proceed, to quote the proposed amendment verbatim. 79A1, the Cabinet Secretary shall develop policy guidelines on the mechanism of referral of patients to health institutions within the country, outside the country. Despite the subsection 1, the policy guidelines for referral mechanisms developed under subsection 1 shall provide for the consultations with the body responsible for registration and licensing of medical practitioner and dentist board and the National Hospital Insurance Fund. The policy guidelines referred to the section shall ensure that the adequate measures are taken to establish whether the health institutions to which a patient is referred possess the adequate health equipment and health personnel. A public health facility that refers a patient to the health institution outside the country shall ensure that adequate consultations are undertaken with the Kenyan mission in the country in which the referral is made to establish credibility of the health institution. This is also the line of Section 104 of Health Act number 21 of 2017, which provides as follows, and I quote, 104, the Cabinet Secretary shall within 3 years of operation of this Act ensure the enactment of legislation that provides for, among other things, the health tourism. The definition of medical referral is same as tourism, means the recommending or referring the patients with the disease process bearing the following indicators: lack of diagnosis and or lack of infrastructure and or lack of skills and or lack of equipment and facility. Medical referrals, also synonymous, known as medical tourism, is described as a travel across the international borders with the intention of seeking some form of medical and surgical treatment, which also includes both diagnostics and curative care. As far as classification is concerned, it's domestic and cross-border, that is international medical tourism. As far as global perspective is concerned, Speaker, Madam, 14 million people in the world is traveling all in the year with expense of $20 billion US. African perspective is US dollar around 3.8, that is $4 billion, and 30% goes to India, the only country. The Kenyan perspective, 10,000 patients leave Kenya annually to seek the cross-border with US dollar 10.8, that is around 1.1 billion Kenya shilling, 10 billion shilling every year. At least 75% application is through the body, and the age disparity is from 3 weeks to 84 years old people, and female is slightly dominating as far as gender is concerned. So the Kenya, the most preferred destination is India, 96%, and 4% rest part of the world, with private facility referring 81% and public sector referring 19%. The disciplines under which we refer from Kenya is oncology is 37%, renal is 21%, cardiology and heart is 19%, elective surgical procedures and others are 23%. The indications which medical referral usually happen, both domestic and international, is surgical oncology, radiational oncology, medical oncology with comprehensive cancer care, cardiac surgery, both pediatric and adult, open heart surgery, transplant surgery, that is kidney, liver, cornea, and heart, and advanced neuro and spine surgery, and of course, the advanced and reference medical laboratory facilities. We are still sending so many body fluids outside the country and continent. The disadvantages of cross-border and international referrals. Number A, reputation of the workup and diagnostics. Then logistics challenges with the international travel for sick persons. No proper knowledge and information about the credibility of the treating doctors, facilities, and personnel. Middlemen conmanship, misguidance, and vested interest that impact negativity on the patients. Lack of emotional and moral support from the family and relatives. Post-treatment follow-up not possible because of miscommunication or no communication between both the ends. Post-procedural complications if on arrival not well managed. Fraudulent practice when people present as falsely as a patient at the expense of NHIF, ministries, parastatals of the government of Kenya. The advantages of emerging high-end medical practice to prevent cross-border or international referrals. Kenya is emerging as a global medical tourism destination and as a leader of Africa. Major resource and revenue quantities such as can be utilized to develop health infrastructure, health education, skills, and manufacturing of health products, drugs, equipments, and furniture. The multinationals will be attracted to choose Kenya as their headquarters for their continental office and operations. Kenya will contribute substantial input in the field of medical research. It will ensure reduction in cross-border brain drain rather than brain gain, both nationals and international personalities. Intra and post-COVID, that is pandemic effect on medical tourism, it is highly discouraging that medical tourism and referrals will be limited and discouraged because of following reasons. Number A, very little knowledge known about the referral destined countries as far as the pandemic is concerned. Protocols and SOPs managing the virus in respective countries might not be similar to another country. Temporary, frequent, and cross-border international travel, particularly to the health facility with the front-runner health personalities, is extremely dangerous. There might be reluctancy, delay, and very many obstacles because of technical and bureaucratic perspectives of the pandemic. The protocols and the SOPs to control medical referrals without abuse. Through this bill, the MOH, Ministry of Health, shall have a SOP and protocol for medical referrals. This should be proper indication. There should be proper indications for patients who could be referred on the basis of non-availability of infrastructure, skills, equipments, and facilities. There should be proper vetting and selection criteria by Ministry of Health in conjunction with Kenya Medical Practitioner Dentist Board and National Health Insurance Fund to establish the integrity and credibility with international accredited health facilities and doctors where the patients are being referred with the help of bilateral diplomatic missions. All patients who are referred should be properly vetted by specialized technical authoritative board or committee for documentation to avoid fraudulence. The foreign medical referral hospitals should be determined by selected by the Kenya government on the basis of competitiveness by international procurement.
Honorable Mishra, I hope you're concluding.
Okay. Almost there. Okay. The potential of Kenya as a preferred medical tourism destination is geographical situation of connectivity by road, air, and water, high-skilled personnel availability, growing health education, advanced health policing with supplementary with the USC, and mature democracy with political stability. With this concluding remarks, I hope that if and when this amendment is passed, the Cabinet Secretary for Health shall put in place the necessary statutory instrument to help realize the very noble intentions of this amendment. I wish to thank the chairperson, members, and staff of the Departmental Committee on Health for the facilitating expert consultation and stakeholder engagement during the pre-publication scrutiny of this legislative proposal, culminating in the proposed amendment and later after the bill was formally committed to the committee upon being read the first time. Now, as I conclude, I now wish to request Honorable Caleb Amisi, the Member of Parliament of Saboti, to second this motion.
Honorable Mishra, you need to put it on record.
Yeah.
You need to put it on record that you're moving.
Yes, I beg to move. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's good enough. So
I beg to move.
Yes.
And as I conclude, I now wish to request Honorable Caleb Amisi, Member of Parliament of Saboti, to second this motion.
Honorable Amisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you for the time to second this Health Amendment Bill 2019. Madam Speaker, from the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, every person has a right to...
Honorable Amisi, please take note that you have 5 minutes.
Yes, Madam Speaker. From the Constitution, Madam Speaker, it is stipulated that every citizen has a right to the highest attainable standards of health And it is a fundamental duty of the state to actually observe, respect, and promote this important right. Now, with the special interest as a parliament of people representative, it is imperative upon us to legislate the best way to enable the highest attainment of these standards. And when you look at this amendment bill, with special interest on clause 4, that a public health facility that refers a patient to a health institution outside the country shall ensure that adequate consultations are undertaken with the Kenyan mission in the country in which the referral is made to establish the credibility of the health institution. Madam Speaker, for many times we've had families undergoing enormous losses of resources and sometimes loved ones because of, in the process of seeking treatment abroad. And they fall in the hands of rogue institutions, rogue doctors without credibility, or even rogue middlemen. And we've had embassies coming up to help just at the tail end, after the families have suffered resources, our families have lost their loved ones. So when we make it mandatory for consultation with the Kenyan mission, it will leverage some of these losses and to make sure that our embassies and our missions are well coordinated and are well aware of all the cases that are taken as referrals. Madam Speaker, secondly, this bill also gives the mandate to the Health Cabinet Secretary to develop a policy guidelines in consultation with stakeholders in the health sector, something that has not been happening previously. And this one, when you consult with the other health sectors which are more experienced, it ensures the best available options are observed and adhered to, which will ultimately give a better results. So, Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, because of the time, I have so many points to, I think we'll deliberate further on during the debate. I now beg to second the Health Amendment Bill 2019. Thank you.
Honourable members, I now go on to propose the question, which is that the Health Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 64 of 2019, be now read a second time. Honourable Wahungu Wamalwa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. And first and foremost, I want to thank Dr. Mishra for this wonderful amendment. Madam Speaker, I rise to support that there must be a development of a policy guideline in terms of referral cases. Many times, Mr. Speaker, the many conditions that prefer going to India, I've seen things like heart surgery, matters of oncology. You find that these matters can be handled locally, Madam Speaker. So if there is a policy guideline, it's going to guide, because if in any case, if a matter can be handled here, Madam Speaker, there's no point of even going to India or going to Israel or going to Germany. Kenya as a country, Mr. Speaker, has invested heavily on the infrastructure as far as the health system is concerned. And you find at times, the cost that they're incurring, when you put together even the air tickets and accommodation, overall, it becomes more expensive than maybe it's supposed to be done locally. Madam Speaker, when it comes to management of oncology, for instance, matters of cancer, we have stages 1, 2, 3, 4. When a matter of cancer has reached advanced stage, let's say stage 4, even there's no need for matters of referral. But you find because of the ignorance that's around there, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and the unscrupulous business people, particularly the middlemen, they want to make money. Madam Speaker, I've been in India for matters of maybe healthcare checkups. You find that it's even more costly that this matter can be handled here competitively, Madam Speaker. And many times, when patients they go abroad, at times even the local missions in that foreign country, they're not even aware. But when it comes to one way or another, by bad luck, this person passes away. It becomes very difficult. It becomes a burden to the family, a lot of stress, Madam Speaker, to bring the body back. And this is because we have unscrupulous business people in this country, Madam Speaker, that they're colluding with some hospitals abroad in a fraudulent manner. Madam Speaker, it is important that when you have a policy guideline, particularly when the key stakeholders have been involved, like Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Board, or the matter if it's on oncology, the cardiologist, matters of heart surgery, or if it's a gynecology case, maybe you have the input of COX, the Kenya Obstetric Gynecology Society, because many people are doing these things out of ignorance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, have I had an opportunity to attend the harambes of patients going abroad, but ignorantly because they are being blackmailed or they are being confused by the middlemen. Only later on when you consult, you find such a matter can be done in Moi Teaching Referral Hospital or in Kenyatta Hospital or in some private hospitals like Medihill, Madam Speaker. I've gone to Medihill Hospital, Madam Speaker, where I've seen patients from my county have gone there. In the long run, they had decided to go. But when we told them to seek a second opinion, you realize in this country, we have the local investors who have brought all those machines here. They can be treated here with their family without incurring the air costs. So, Madam Speaker, it's indeed very, very important that this bill was long overdue. It should be amended so that we have a policy guideline so that there is a clear framework so that not anybody will just go out. And Madam Speaker, when this policy guideline is going to be put in place, it's going also to put Kenya as a medical tourism destination. And when we do that, there are even more benefits locally, Madam Speaker, in terms of contribution to the economy. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Honorable Sheikh. You can.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I stand to support the Health Amendment Bill 64 of 2019. And I want to thank Honorable Mishra for bringing up this. This is a crucial and important bill, amendment of the bill, because health of our society is paramount and a prerogative of our legislative service to our community. And therefore, it stands to say that this is an important bill, amendment, because the reasons as to why our patients are referred out of this country is in order to get a support that they have failed to get from this country. It stands, therefore, to say that this country has failed our communities when it comes to health over the years. And if you look at what it contains on, $11 million, which is equivalent to $1.1 billion, shillings rather, are spent by Kenyans every year for abroad tourism, health tourism rather. While I support this bill, Madam Speaker, it makes me wonder sometimes why our health services remain at perils. Why our health system remains at perils, and it does not provide the sufficiency it requires for the community and for the community to get that. In our health systems, we have got level 1, 2, 3, and 4, 4 and 5, and 6, whereas level 1 is a community health service, level 2 is dispensaries, level 3 is health centers, level 4 is county health services. Level 5 is county referral health service. While level 6 is a tertiary institution. Well, what I really want to take over at this stage and consider more is the level 6 hospitals. The level 6 hospitals are tertiary referral hospitals. And in Kenya, we have got about 4 teaching, research, and referral hospitals, which is Kenyatta, Moi, Mathare, national spine hospitals. These are the referral hospitals where patients are referred from counties and brought to major cities like Kenya, like Nairobi, and as well as Eldoret. But what really makes me wonder is that why are these institutions not well serviced, well supported, and cannot be able to deliver what is required on? On top of that, we have got competent health facilities, such as Aga Khan and the rest of them, as well as faith-based institutions such as MPSHA and as well as I forgot the other one. The Aga Khan is, I think it's a private, but the faith-based one is the one in South B, Mata. Now, these are institutions that can be supported to ensure that our patients, our people, should not necessarily get into debt, poverty over poverty, whereas it costs them considerable amount of money for them to go out there and travel overseas and spend money that they can easily save for their lives and for themselves. And therefore, those services can be provided from here. Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution stipulates that everyone should get the highest standard of health. Every Kenyan, that is. Why is that not provided in this country? I do wonder what the ministry must give on this. It is very important that the ministry takes a quite considerable amount of steps. My people from Wajir South, particularly, endure a lot of suffering when it comes to traveling from all the way from the rurals to come to Nairobi and then travel overseas. What really also happens is that for them to be able to get their passports and processes is also another critical matter. And therefore, I do support this bill that is going to be providing, or the amendment of this bill, that is going to be providing the checks and balances that is required to ensure that institutions in Kenya are able to support the patients that should be treated and supported in this place. We don't want to see further poverty going on. I do support. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kathiani. Honorable Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to also rise and support this amendment motion by my colleague, the Honorable Mishra, for KSS. Madam Speaker, my colleague says let's take a few minutes so that we can all get an opportunity. I think it's a brilliant idea that we are now looking at ways of providing a policy guideline for referral of patients, because I think from the past, the history is that anybody from anywhere chooses where to go, how to go, when to go. And I think it's important that we come up with a policy. And, but I would like to point out a few things that maybe you need to look at. The first one is that I agree that it is important to consult with the Medical Practitioners Board. But when you talk about consulting with NHIF, why have you left out the possibility that some of these people may actually be insured under private cover? And I think it's also important that this guideline is not just for people that are being treated in public hospitals. The other issue is that you said that we have to ensure that the facilities, these facilities that they go to, have adequate facilities, personnel, medicaments, but then you still propose that we use the Kenyan embassies abroad to be the ones that determine whether they are capable. I don't know whether they really have the capacity to do that. So I think it's important that you align that. And finally, I'd like to say that we want to move to a situation where we know Kenya has this slogan, buy Kenyan, build Kenya. If we encourage people to be referred to external hospitals, then we are killing the country. We need to improve our infrastructure. We need to improve the training of our medical personnel so that we can ensure that Kenyans can be treated here and get the very best healthcare possible in the world with their own doctors in this country. Finally, I think the biggest problem we are facing in this country in the health sector is the issue of corruption, because we've been having a fight in this Afya House for the longest time possible. Almost every year in, year out, there's always scandals in that ministry. And I don't know whether we are going to be able to achieve the dream of people that have good health with that kind of leadership in that ministry. I support.
Let's have the Honorable Mabona, Honorable Mili, and I can hear members here requesting to use the 9 minutes equitably amongst the three of you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll try and speak very quickly so that the other members can have time. Madam Speaker, I wish to support, but with a bit of caution. And Madam Speaker, what I'd want to say is that coronavirus has taught us something. that if we have not learned as a country or as the world, then we are fools. That we need to focus on socioeconomic rights and especially on issues of health, issues of education, issues of nutrition. And on health, if we actually put our money, and we have actually shown that there is a county that actually built an ICU within 1 month. Counties are going around trying to build hospitals, ICUs, putting alternative centers. So it's a good thing to ensure that we build our health facilities within the country so that we don't have the need to go out of the country. I want to thank the mover. He actually knows my brother was sick and was actually almost going a transplant in his hospital. When he had actually come back from the US, he was supposed to go to India. Then I was told that he can actually have facilities in Kenya. He ended up in Moi Teaching and Referral Facility. But the challenge, and he actually underwent a very successful kidney transplant. The challenge, Madam Speaker, is that if you look at the facilities in Moi Referral Hospital, even though we have the doctors, the facilities are not as good. So what we need to do is put money in those facilities. My only concern with this bill is that we must make sure that we provide that going out of the country, despite those provisions or the policy or regulations that we want to put up, that there is still freedom of choice. And we cannot limit that. And if we want to limit, we must do it constitutionally. Otherwise, I support. Thank you for bringing this.
Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to assure Dr. Nyikal that I will spare a minute for him. He's actually an expert in this area. I'll only talk up for 1 minute. Let me thank the mover of this bill. For me, this should have happened when we were doing the main health bill. When we passed the main health act, this should have been part of that. We must thank the mover for coming up with this amendment because it's good to help this country. Honorable Speaker, lots of Kenyans are traveling outside the country to seek medical help, more so India. And truth be said, some of the diseases taking them out there can actually easily be treated here. So I think this bill is important, but I just want to make 2 observations. I agree with Millie. Even as we pass this law, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we don't restrict people from freedom of choice, so that if you want to go out there, you can go. The second point, Honorable Speaker, I must say this. Also, our health personnel, the experts, must also break some of these cartels they have formed, where they take our own people round because they are making money without caring what they are doing to their families. We have seen situations where they have actually reached a point where they cannot go beyond that, but they cannot advise you to seek alternative second opinion because they want to continue making money out of you. So even as we push this, Honorable Misra, even you, health professionals, because I know you are one of them, I think we also need to, in terms of morals, we also need to have our game so that we don't really mess Kenyans and make them poorer. I support, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill. Madam Speaker, international referral of patients is rampant in this country. And as members have said, there are many times that actually people go out for what can be treated here, where you have the skill and where you even have the equipment. So there is need for regulation. And this need for regulation is basically to protect the patient. One, to make sure that they get quality care where they go. Not all patients who go out actually get the kind of care they're thinking of, and whether they need to go out. Madam Speaker, you have to also protect them from cartels. It's true. Some of the referral, people have set up institutions that are actually just referring patients for gain. So they get a commission for the patients they refer. They have even now involved airlines. They have even involved hotels. So that we need to protect people against. And also, as my colleague has said, let's admit it, some of the professionals themselves have actually gotten trapped into this. Therefore, it is important that we have some regulation. It is also important that there is quality of care. When you leave this place, the person who is referring you should be the person to ensure that they know what facility you are going to, the kind of professional that is going to see you. Right now, people are just sent pamphlets and asked to choose which hospital you go to. How does a patient know which facility to go and visit? There is also need, Madam Speaker, to ensure continuity. If you are referred outside the country, there are very few treatments that you are taken out of the country and it is the end of it. When you come back here, there is need for follow-up. And the best person to do the follow-up is the person or the institution that referred you out there. As it is now, people go and they come back and now they do not know what to do. Also, we also have to protect the patients on cost. What makes people go outside is that it is supposed to be cheaper out there, but when you look at it in the long run, it may not be. We have tried in this country and we'll try. When I was DMS, we tried to ask, why is it cheaper to go outside, get surgery done, go and stay in a hotel, go with an airline, and it is still cheaper than here? So these are the issues that we really need to look at. The bill actually addresses this fairly well, but I think there are areas we may need to look at. For example, when the body responsible for registration and licensing of medical practitioners and dentists, we also need to include their facilities. So the body that registers facilities need to be included. It is also important, as Honourable Member said, that it's not only National Hospital Insurance that actually been involved, but I think we also may need and will make amendments to involve the Insurance Regulatory Authority so that medical insurance is not abused. In fact, it may also be important to know people who are in schemes, even national schemes, that the money is actually not spent because somebody else is paying. So these are the things that will actually need to be looked at. Madam Speaker, if you look at, you say that we'll have somebody in our foreign embassies. That means only work if we can actually determine which countries are most frequented. We can actually put medical attaches in those areas to help with this. Yeah, we can have medical attaches in those areas. It's also used in relations, even in research relations, other relations in health matter, so that we can do that. And also, the facility or the doctor that refers the patient must also ensure that they will look after the patient when the patient returns to this country. Madam Speaker, there is more to be said. This is a good thing, which we've talked on for a long time. Now it has come. I know the ministry is even trying in a way to get it done administratively, but it is so important to entrench it in law. I support.
Okay. You have a balance of 2 minutes, which you can claim when we come back to it.
I'm supported.
Although you have concluded.
Yes.
Honourable members, we are at the end